The Overman in Athens by Konstantinos Chatzopoulos, Fez's Publishing House, Athens, 1915 part. It was the time when I studied to pass my exams at university. I was battling to memorize definitions and distinctions from various fields, and of the wise examiners required us to answer in his own book's words. Suddenly the door opened, and my cousin Nikos Gavras burst into the room. "I'm finished. You need coffee urgently." "I've just come off the ship." "I came straight to Athens to see you alone. I leave again tonight," he said before I could even stand up and greet him. I went and lit the fireplace. While he lay down on my bed, "Are you taking on your responsibilities?" I asked him. "Which responsibilities?" He replied indifferently. "Nikos Gavras, isn't it?" It hadn't been many days since I read in the newspaper that he was appointed as a tax officer in Salona. Nonsense from my father. He humiliated me without even asking me. "So you're not going?" "That's what they say." "Then why are you here?" "You said you'd leave tonight." "First, get the coffee ready, then we'll talk. I'm exhausted. I didn't sleep all night. It was like the flies weren't enough. There were oxen overhead. Good thing I don't travel on that old ship anymore." "The Paros?" "Yes, with that devil of a ship. After loading up with tobacco, they gave me this ticket for free." "What tobacco?" I asked while handing him the box of cigarettes. "I'm going to Syros with tobacco," he said, and stood up. I looked at him. Syros with tobacco. He shook his head. "Come on, have a cigarette," he said. I gave him my pack of cigarettes, but he threw it back onto the table. "Can't smoke." "Send someone to get us some cigarettes." I went to the window and looked down the street to see if anyone was passing by. I couldn't see anyone. "Impossible for me to drink coffee without a cigarette," he said again. I had no choice but to call our maid. I gave her a coin and sent her to the tobacco shop around the corner. My cousin stood up and started pacing back and forth in the room. He was near the door when, after a while, the maid arrived with the cigarettes. He took them from her, left a 10-cent piece as change, and threw the rest onto the table. "Business, that's it?" I said. He lit a cigarette and sat back down in front of his coffee. "Business, yes, how else?" "Don't you like it? Doesn't poetry fit better with employment than bureaucracy? Poetry is life, and life is business," he said, blowing the smoke into small, delicate rings. "What are you looking at me for? Can't you understand?" He stood up, swept the room 3 times, looked at the floor, smoked, then threw away his cigarette. Here is the English translation of the text, with the name preserved as requested, a wide-open window, and he stood before me. "Why are you staring at me?" "You threw your cigarette. Don't you like smoke?" "I never smoke more than 10 puffs. Bad habit for a merchant. Commerce requires thrift." "Nonsense! Primitive ideas!" "Has your commercial sense disappeared? Commerce is inspiration. Tell your professor. Courage, risk like life. That's why it's poetry. Do you feel it?" "Of course." "But I don't understand where you found the capital." He smiled. "That's exactly the art," he said. "Have you found a partner yet?" "My father. His uncle started trading again." I blurted out, knowing that his father was a ruined merchant. "This time alone." "I'll give him half of what I make," Nikos said. "And then will you continue as a monk?" "I'll see if I don't make enough." He looked at me with some surprise. "Do you have a lot of tobacco with you?" "Fifth off. Many kegs." "Higgs." "Here's my cargo," he said, showing his pocket. "And you're not thinking of selling them here? Or do you have other commercial connections in Syra?" He didn't answer. He took another sip from his cup and lay down on the bed. looking at the ceiling. He mumbled something between his teeth. Well, wasn't it a good idea? He turned to me suddenly, as if several moments had passed. What idea? I asked. To do some trading. Brilliant, but you don't remember how much stuff you have with you. Here's my cargo. You're silly. He put his hand in his pocket and pulled out a stack of papers. I'll keep it in my suitcase, he said, after searching and not finding it. Isn't that one over there? I pointed to a blue paper folded in half. No, he opened it, revealing pencil, written verses. Let go of the cargo and read me the poem I suggested. He looked at me and then at the paper. I need to change a few words. I wrote it hastily this morning. On the ship? He shook his head. I couldn't sleep, so I got up. It was magical, mysterious. The dawn, the waves, the mountains in the distance. Read me the poem better then. He folded it and put it away. Come on, read it now. Don't put it back in your pocket. He gave me a momentary, uncertain look before. Let me tell you this, he said, lifting one leg onto the bed. Before the forest lights up, before the birds wake, the dawn trembles to fade into the hair of a king's child, waiting for me at the well. He paused and looked into my eyes. Then he continued, lowering his voice. What did the king's child love? Sad, my lost voice and tangled hair. One hazy April morning, she found me alone by the spring, kissed my lips, took my voice, and untangled my hair on my shoulder. Don't let dawn catch me in the road. Don't let the birds wake. He paused again and looked at me. Is this the poem you said you wrote at dawn? Yes, but I didn't hear mountains or waves. You're sympathetic, but I don't really understand poetry. I told him, and it's the truth. Poetry is felt, not understood. He stood up and walked back into the room with his head down. Then he went to the window, gazing outside while murmuring, Let me not be found on the road at dawn, let the birds not wake up. I looked at him. Come on, get dressed and let's go out. I'm bored here, he suddenly exclaimed, throwing away his cigarette as he turned to face me. Where do you want to go? I asked. To eat. I'm thirsty. It's almost noon. I got dressed too, and soon we were on the street. I was eating at one of the small hotels in Omonia, and my cousin followed me there without any objection. The chilly autumn day, squashed and ready for rain as we entered the hotel, had cleared up again as we stepped outside. Having been locked up for several weeks, and having missed reading that day, I felt like taking a breath of fresh air. Shall we go to some countryside? I asked. Nikos. First let's go to Syntagma. Rush to catch the tram. He answered, quickening his pace. We took it, and it brought us to Syntagma. As soon as it stopped, Nikos jumped out and entered one of the cafes there. A few minutes later, I did the same from the other door and saw him standing and looking around at the tables as if he were looking for someone. You still haven't learned how not to jump off a tram. He told me when I caught up with him. Do you want to sit down? No, he said, and moved towards the door. As we were leaving, he pointed out a middle-aged man sitting alone at a table, reading a newspaper. Who is that? I asked. The Schola Karavergas. Have you heard of him? I stood still and looked at him again. He wasn't wearing anything fancy to set him apart from ordinary people. What's he writing about? I asked. Many things, he replied. Is he good? The best for the public? He describes things meticulously. Nothing remains unsaid. He feels art as if it were your own words. Do you know him? We know each other, but he's the one making a name for himself. When I entered through the mirror, he zoomed in on his newspaper. With a pseudo-serious look, he tried to maintain his position in the arts. Grab 2,000 or 3,000 in your hands and see how you put all these sidekicks in their place, he said. We crossed the opposite pavement. He went around the other cave, came back out, and led me towards the palace square. As we walked, he suddenly lowered the brim of his hat and lifted his collar from his jacket. "Are you cold?" I asked. "The sun is blazing, damn it!" "It's not going to get chilly," he muttered, taking 2 big steps and leaving me behind. I followed him, watching as the sun didn't just blaze, but also mercilessly glowed on his tattered clothes. His elbows almost wanted to pierce through, and at the bottom of his pants I recognized my aunt's peculiarity of never eating in public with clothing matching her meal. We hadn't even reached the corner when he suddenly stopped. "I can't go uphill, I'm out of breath," he turned to me, putting his hand on his chest. "You over it," I murmured. He glared at me for "You're funny." "Then what happened?" "Everything as always." "What?" "I'm asthmatic." "Since when?" "Always." I hadn't seen him in a few months. Up until then, I'd heard nothing. I only knew he suffered from fevers. To these and his poetic nature, I attributed the paleness of his cheeks. "You shouldn't have exposed yourself to the emotions of trade," I almost said. But he cut me off abruptly, biting his lips, and turned away. I felt sorry for him and wanted to help by grasping his arm. "Let's go sit at the café," I suggested again, but he had already nodded in agreement, and 2 carriages raced to be the first to arrive. He jumped into one of them and motioned for me to follow. I sat next to him, and the carriage set off. I didn't catch well enough what he told the driver to take us, nor did I dare ask. I'm familiar with the streets of Kolonaki, so I had no trouble remembering where we stopped. He told me to pay the driver and wait for a moment, and he quickly got out and went into a door. I waited for almost 3/4 of an hour until he came back. He took my hand and we walked upstairs. He was more lively now, and his asthma seemed forgotten on the uphill. "Who did you visit so briefly?" I asked him. "A friend and colleague." "The muses or trade?" "Ooh, drop the klitches, bro," he said suddenly. In an open door, a servant washing a pitcher, smiling at us, she nodded. Nikos stood still. "Do you like it?" I asked, noticing his ecstatic expression. "Her hair in the sunlight, and her smile has something of Louise Joconda's in it," he said without moving. "And her legs in the water. Pimp, pimp." He scowled and let go of my hand. Soon we arrived at a little café with a tall lime tree in front of its door and an iron fountain by the lime tree. A circle of young men were sitting at one of the tables outside the pavement. Nikos walked straight towards them, and I followed close behind. As they saw him, all of them stood up to greet him. One of them was particularly tall, slender, with red hair that looked like a wig, a beard and a pointy, and a grey tweed jacket hanging loosely down to his knees. They hugged and kissed him. Only one didn't move entirely from his spot, extending only his hand over the table. There were 6 or 7 young men in all, pale, thin, most of them bent, with long hair and clothes slightly above or below what my cousin was wearing. I realized I had fallen into a den of scholars, and what hit me hardest was that they all had trimmed mustaches. Nikos sat down on a chair, and I sat next to him. He found it unnecessary to introduce me to the group. "You're just in time." One of the companions told my cousin, "Theoploisvos is reading us his new play." "Then start over," this one exclaimed, turning back to his seat with a stack of papers. "No." "Draw a line," said another. addressing Nikos without getting up. My Nanoko will read you the beginning later. The theme of Floisvos began, continuing his reading. He was the most wild and wretched in the news among all. Black, thin-bearded, with upright hair and squinting eyes. A beard's first touch hung on his cheeks. His neck appeared slender and curved above a dull, tight band that seemed to be where his tidler was, a cord around his throat, and his fingers, trembling nervously as they held the manuscripts, had nails darker than his eyes. His voice sometimes weighed heavily like a thunderclap, sometimes deep as if emerging from another world. Naturally, from the middle as I heard it, it was impossible for me to follow the meaning of the work. The only thing I understood was that it was written in verses, short or long, sometimes with rhymes and sometimes without. It seemed to play between heaven and earth, night and day, as death knocked on the door while immortality struggled against decay. His soul was the universe's. Other figures I couldn't keep track of clearly. Helen and Seneca played a significant role. Demons and dragons, elements and fairies, Osiris, like figures and tricksters, Athena, Ruth, Phobos, Eve, Saint Polycarpos, Demeter, Achilles, Prometheus, Callicotronus argued in the Garden of Amintas. Albeit I laughed uneasily. Ariel had a romantic encounter with Hero. Muhammad wrestled with Digenes Akritas. Arathus or Arit killed Castor, laughed at Polyphemus, left with Charlemagne. Cassandra sang a pessimistic sonnet. Without rhymes, trees responded angrily in Homeric hexameter. And finally, someone named Cavalcante, a knight or demigod, I didn't understand, closed the vision with a pantheistic monologue. The ending reminds me of a poem by Goethe. He murmured behind me, Nikos, who was sitting next to me, and the form of Gemetos, as it's presented in Act 3, is an echo of Mephistopheles, responded Nikos. Generally the reception wasn't so warm. Only he who had previously kissed my cousin rose and shook his hand. A second dream on a summer night, he said, looking at him who hadn't got up to greet Nikos. Sit down. Velodrapus, he continued, pulling him by the jacket tail and casting look at me. He was the only one who deigned to notice me. As the drama was being read, he had thrown me similar glances that made me suspect he wasn't listening with the same devotion as the others around him. This made me pay attention too. He wasn't as young as I took him for in the first moment, thanks to his trim moustache. Some ruddy cheeks and pale sideburns showed he was no longer in his prime. His clothing still betrayed him as someone of the world more than a poet. Clean and well kept, with a fresh, lively appearance. It seemed like I had seen him often in the cafes we entered earlier with Nikos. His figure, stance, movements, everything about him seemed learned and cultivated within. The way he placed one foot on top of the other, how he pulled up his pants. Here is the translation of the text while preserving the name. He looked at his shoes, wore a hat, tied his cravat, held on to his cane, and half closed his eyes. Everything seemed well balanced before the mirror. A gesture of his hand 3 times over was to show off his diamond ring and golden buttons on his freshly pressed sleeve. Many times, as the drama unfolded, I asked myself what this dandy wanted among those wretched companions. I had heard that many distinguished people in society were susceptible to mixing with the chosen scoundrels of thought, and I imagined that this aristocrat had also been led to such an unusual company. It seemed to amuse him. He didn't let any opportunity pass to disrupt the poetic enjoyment with a frown or word, which made even the playwright burst out laughing in a couple of instances. He paid attention to both the drama and those sitting around him. While correcting a pause in the verse, or suggesting a word change, or playing with some phrase, he maintained the order of the company simultaneously. It reminded me of Velidrappas gathering his jacket's tail that was dragging on the ground, signaling one not to bite his nails, another not to make loud throat noises, and tapping with his cane on a third, who was picking his nose, and the dramatic response of someone constantly scratching their neck where they were reading. "Your drama is good, Floys," he said when Velidrappas took his seat. "I only didn't understand one thing. Why does Arnotis chase Paris? Arnotis is the symbol of bourgeois morality and laws." The poet explained. The police officer of the drama. Wes, something like that. Everyone burst out laughing. "Who is he?" I took the opportunity to ask Nikos. "Poet Bidurus," he replied. "Is it a pseudonym?" Half pseudonym they used to call his father Vedera. My side companion whispered, who had heard the question. A curly-haired young man from Kondaka with a book open in front of him at all times. "Menorca! Where did you end up here?" I heard someone behind me speaking at the same moment. The Rumelian sound of his voice, which so poorly matched the area, startled me. I turned and saw Nikos kissing a well-built and well-dressed young man. Poet Bidurus looked at me again, and for some reason I smiled, as if he flattered me with his welcoming attitude. The others, if their eyes happened to fall on me by chance, regarded me in a way that suggests they were amazed about the audacity of an unknown and insignificant person sitting in their circle. From the moment the newcomer came and sat between Nikos and me, I felt completely cut off from the world. I was so sad and annoyed. At a table behind Poet Bidurus, an elderly gentleman was seated. A couple of times I saw the poet turn around and speak to him. It seemed as if he handed over or received a cigarette. I can't remember for sure. However, what struck me was the way he spoke. Only with superiors do they talk like that, O subordinates. He didn't look like a superior to him. The way he carried himself, his attire and demeanor, betrayed the retired officer. Perhaps he was a friend, or maybe just a fan, following him like a dog. Whatever the case, I found myself liking this man, and at some point I tried to stand up and sit next to him to comfort him and be comforted for the injustice done to us common people. But as the conversation around me grew more serious, it began to bore me. Nick's friend, who sat down beside me, seemed to have just returned from Germany and spoke about with enthusiasm that not everyone shared. Despite Themis Phlasphos vehemently defending his position, most appeared to agree with Velidrappas and the man with glasses, who argued that not only is German spirit inferior to Latin, but that genuine heir to Greek culture is Latin. With every word from the opposing sides, the Germanophile next to me would shrug, roll his eyes, and jerk his jaw in spasms, causing no one to take him seriously. Fools! He exclaimed with a Rumeliad accent, "The hairs of Aeschylus and Phidias are Shakespeare, goeth and backin." The Italian Renaissance is the first reawakening of antiquity, owed to the world by Michael Psellos and Plinthon. Shakespeare is an imitator of the Renaissance. Goethe is a copyist, replied the man with glasses more calmly, in a light Heptanese accent. Goethe, a copyist, exclaimed my neighbor, furious. Goethe was a great man, a spiritual aristocrat, but not a great poet, retorted the first speaker. In the commotion, I couldn't determine which opinion prevailed. My neighbor shrugged, fidgeted nervously. Velidrappas stood up. Nick sided with his friend, and another man took an opposing stance. The follower of Vidorus leaned back in his seat, listening attentively. Hears of Aeschylus, Leonardo da Vinci, and Calderon are Lycan Delil, Danzio, and De Castro's, said the man with glasses again, having bent over his book and seemingly ignored the discussion. "Nonsense!" exclaimed Themis Philosphos. "Would you compare Lycon to Delil to Aeschylus? You'd have him equal to Dante." Veladrapus grew angry. "Listen to this fool." "But Dante's Italian," at whose laughing my neighbour responded, agitated. "Dante's of German descent." "What?" he exclaimed. "All the great ones are Germans. The entire Renaissance has a German character. Everything grand in the world is German." De Vidorus looked at one of the debaters, then at his shoes. "Isn't force the German transformation of Prometheus?" continued my neighbour. "German nonsense," shouted Themis Philosphos, and the man with glasses laughed sardonically. "Mind your own business. If I speak, don't laugh." "And who are you?" "I'm telling you." "That's who I am. The Superman emerged in Germany," declared Themis Philosphos at the same time, scratching his neck. "Shut up, child," Veladrapus told him. Before he could react, a cop flashed a light in his face, and suddenly the entire group became unsettled. I grabbed Themis Philosphos, who had grabbed his collar. "Here is the translation of the text." Preserving the name, Veladrapus tugged at his hair, as if trying to dispel the suspicion that it was a wig. With one swift move, he had brought him down to the ground. This one seized him by the rope he had tied around his neck for a choker. I was terrified at the sight and tried to separate them. Even though the German loving man showed off his squint with his glasses, I didn't get a chance to turn back before Vidorus, laughing uncontrollably, started pulling on the tail of Veladrapus' jacket. After calming down the wild dramatist, I turned to see my cousin, and he had already left with his friend, turning the corner of the street. One by one they all left, and I found myself alone, helping Veladrapus shake off the dust from his clothes. "Let me introduce myself," said poet Vidorus, looking at me. "Misra, Angelus Petrodis Thymerus from Arcadia." "The gentleman," he continued, but Vidorus had already taken off his hat with force and jumped into the car, which was brought to him by his strange follower. I returned to my mundane life, and within 2 or 3 days I had completely forgotten about the poetic arguments in front of my own perceptions. In 2 weeks I was supposed to take an exam. If Nikos ever crossed my mind, I imagined him on Syra bargaining for his tobacco. It had been 5 days since then. On my way back from the hotel where I had gone for lunch, I learned from my housekeeper that someone had come looking for me while I was away. The only clue given by the stranger was that he had a shaved mustache. My thoughts immediately turned to Veladrapus. When I had been left alone with him after the argument, he had mentioned that someone would come to my house in those days to deliver books, which were mostly stolen from his play by Themis Philosphos. Thus, I feared it might be him. I grabbed the doorknob and turned, going to my bed to rest. Without realizing it, sleep overtook me, and I was startled even more when the door was shaken. I ran hesitantly to see if I should open or not. "Come on, silly, open up, you're inside." I recognized Nikos' voice. I couldn't contain my laughter as I opened the door. It was Nikos without his mustache. "Why are you laughing? Ha ha," he said, pushing and pulling me down onto my bed, throwing his hat on the table with a gesture I had never seen from him before, which didn't seem to be fully mastered yet. "I didn't expect you to have such a business-minded attitude," he continued. Well, we made quite a profit. Are these Syrian clothes? He didn't answer. He took the newspaper from the table and brought it close to his eyes, half closing them. Oh, did you become nearsighted in Syria? He didn't pay any attention to me again. He just shrugged, moving his shoulders and jaw nervously together. Seeing he wasn't in the mood for conversation, I picked up my book and sat down close by, in the window. A little time passed without a word. Look, see this again. He suddenly stood up, throwing the newspaper and slapping the table with his hand. I was surprised. What is it? I asked. All in France, all about France. What did France do? They're sending the battleships to be cleaned there. Where do you want them to go? To Germany. Why? They clean better in Germany. Of course they do. Everything's better in Germany. But we're all about France. We have orders from France, French reformers, French army uniforms, a French-made rail system, French in schools, the refined society speaks French, French science, French literature. That's why we're in such a state. He stood up and walked angrily back and forth. When will this place realize it needs a little German spirit? So you're with the German party. You didn't tell me the truth. Did you eat something German yesterday too? I asked him. He didn't answer. And what's the name of your German-obsessed friend? Which one? The one who came after and sat down next to us? Diamond Palace. He seems smart. The most brilliant mind in Romeosi. Did he study in Germany? He will go now. Life? Is he a close friend of yours? A spiritual friendly? What will he? Intellectual solidarity we have. He answered while walking back and forth. This time I noticed he didn't throw his cigarette after a few puffs. It was even close to burning his fingers. The same when I paid closer attention to his clothes. They didn't seem new or well cut on him. I took a look at his hat on the table, and it seemed like the very same dusty republic with wide circles that he wore at the poetic conference outside as the spiritual friend of Diamond Palace, as he called himself. All this made me suspect and find it a little strange that he returned so quickly from his trip. I thought the entire story of the trip was only poetic fantasy, a myth that he created just to surprise me. I remembered the pack of cigarettes he had forgotten in his suitcase and how he didn't know how many pounds of tobacco he had. I laughed inside myself at my own naivety for taking it literally. So, how did you get to Syros? You didn't tell me? I asked playfully. Which Syros? I'm leaving for Syros tonight. He answered without stopping. Tonight? Where were you all these days? He looked at me. The ships leave tomorrow. I need to leave tonight. I'll make it in time. He said it so seriously that I got angry. Come on, stop pulling my leg. What do you find appealing about selling me such fairy tales? I said, genuinely tired of wasting my time and turning my eyes back to the book. Fairy tales. I told you I'm leaving tonight. I even want to borrow 20 euros from you. That's why I came, he said, stopping and looking at me. Where am I supposed to get that? Then, how am I supposed to do it? I need to be in Syros by 10 tomorrow. You should have left the day you arrived. I laughed. To not leave, I'll say I had to stay, he said seriously. I laughed. Don't laugh. Get up quickly and find me the 20 euros. I need to leave without delay. And he kept insisting. I bowed down and pretended to read, but it was impossible for him to let me go. He took the book from my hands, the $20 bill, and I'm gone. He told me I was in trouble. After playing with him for a while, and after he promised to send it to me immediately from Syros, I decided to give it to him on the condition that he first show me the freight document for the tobacco. And so I stood up to go to the hotel where he was staying. I grabbed my hat and headed towards the door. One more favor. He stopped me. Lend me your coat. It's French style, and it doesn't suit you. I answered, come on, be reasonable. Take it off. You have it in your closet. I opened the closet, and sure enough, it wasn't there. You'll find it at the tailor, you rascal. Let's go get it. Let's go. I had it hidden under my pillow to make it seem taller, and thus he was saved. In 2 weeks, I took exams, and instead of the excellent results I expected, I found out that I had to present myself again after 6 months. Not only did other dreams not come true, but I also lost hope of using my father's license to catch a couple of $100 bills and pay some debts. Among them was the $20 bill I borrowed to give to Nikos. I had no other choice but to write to him asking for a loan of around 2,000 drachmas from his profits, so I could get out of this difficult situation. I sent the letter and waited. I was surprised when I received a card from him in Smyrna. He told me how he ended up there and said he would write to me later. He only asked me to send 50 francs to someone named Marigus or Katina Hasapo. I can't remember exactly. It was a matter of great urgency, one that couldn't be postponed. However, so was my own need. I couldn't stay in Athens anymore, but how could I present myself at home and step out into the world in my hometown? In my despair, an idea came to me, to go and stay with Nikos' parents for a month until the matter cooled down. Nikos' mother was my sister, and his father, a kind man as I knew him, presented himself at that moment as the only relative who could understand my distress. On top of that, in this place where they lived, people barely knew me, so for now I was free from any disturbances. So I sold what little I had, borrowed some drachmas from a friend, and caught the boat to reach my aunt and uncle's small town. They welcomed me happily and put me up in Nikos' room. I told them about my struggles, and my uncle agreed to mediate with my father. After so much distress and months of being cooped up in my study, the peace I found there was a true breath of fresh air. The autumn weather was already mild, and the area was beautiful on the edge from the sea. I don't regret coming, and quickly I discovered my courage and appetite to start reading again, if not from the first conversation I had with my aunt. It didn't appear that silence reigned here as it did there. So business is what Nikos is into, I told her as we were alone the next day after my arrival. She sighed, business in prison. What? Don't you know? Nikos didn't tell you why he went to Syra. Then I learned that the real reason for Nikos' trip wasn't business. Last year, while he was on leave, as a reserve officer assigned to the police in Syra, he beat someone there, and that person denounced him. So he received a summons to appear before a judge. As he was going anyway, his father had the idea to take some tobacco with him. His mother objected, but they didn't listen to her. Now, it came as they feared. About a month ago, Nikos wrote them that he had been put in prison for 15 days, and thus couldn't take care of the tobacco yet. He hasn't written them since then. Did you see him in Athens when he passed through? How many days did he stay? My aunt asked. 1 or 2. To tell you the truth, I was too busy reading. 1 or 2 days. A week after he left here, a man from Athens came and told us he saw him there still. I didn't respond to avoid getting confused. It's not his fault, it's his father's. And if it were just our tobacco... But they got involved with everyone. She then told me how they managed to get 2 or 3 others who had unsold tobacco and took it for free. She couldn't convince them not to do that, but it was impossible. The next day, while we were eating, the conversation turned to Nikos again. "Don't let him write to us again," my uncle said. "Patience," my aunt answered. "The tobacco is lost. We should just figure out how to get out of this with the people who are asking for their money. And you don't leave me any peace either. You never say anything good. Your mind is always focused on the bad," my uncle said. She wanted to say something else, but my uncle cut her off angrily. "Stop talking about it. This complaining has ruined me." He turned to me. As his aunt went outside, he continued, "No matter what I do, it always ends up bad. You lose, you get damaged, you ruin us. It was always like that. And now when I said, I wanted to help this kid. He didn't want to hire a lawyer here. We couldn't get him the position we found for him. So I thought, let him try. Maybe he'll start doing business. Maybe he'll find his way and stop writing and reading all day, which isn't yielding anything." "Does Nikos have a lot of tobacco with him?" I asked. 3,500 okar, he replied. "And how much can he sell it for if he's worthy 4,000 to 5,000 drachmas?" my uncle said. Translation. "Bravo," said the uncle, his eyes gleaming. "So it's a solid job. Well, if it wasn't, I'd have no choice but to get mixed up," replied the speaker. "Nikos told me you'll divide whatever you make." I'm not ashamed. That's what I said to motivate him. All I want is my fair share of the smoke, and if I get an extra 1,000 or 2, I'll pay off some debts at the market. The uncle took a sip of his wine, while Auntie, who had entered the room and rejoined the table, shook her head. "Will you leave me alone? You're not being reasonable," she shouted angrily, trying to slam her glass on the table. But the glass slipped, and the wine spilled onto the tablecloth. "Cheers. The smoke will sell," I said as Auntie and Maria, her goddaughter, began wiping the table. My uncle's expression darkened again with my words. Similar arguments often occurred almost every time the topic turned to Nikos' business venture. From these conversations and talks with my aunt, I learned that there were more issues arising from the successful enterprise than what my uncle had revealed. Repairs needed to be made to the house walls, with floorboards popping out everywhere due to holes in the mats, fixing broken windows, securing the kitchen and its addition, which had been temporarily supported by 2 thick poles since it was moved from the courtyard where it used to stand years ago, and providing for Maria's dowry. Nikos was the only son of the elderly couple. They had another daughter, but she had been married for years to a sub-officer and had become distant from her parents. The uncle was still a merchant, enjoying his heyday when he arranged for the daughter's marriage. The sub-officer left the dowry in his hands. However, the aunt's constant complaints drained the sub-officer's wealth, leading him to agree to provide only half of his income from the remaining property of the aunt after numerous arguments. That year's income was around 1,000 okades of smoke, which Nikos also had part of. Thus, one of those waiting for the enterprise's seeds was the sub-officer himself. Maria told me all this. She was more like a daughter of the house than an upper servant. My aunt had taken her in from a young age with the intention of marrying her off. She grew up alongside my aunt's children and, due to her kind nature, became even more compassionate than her own daughter. She was about to turn 25 and never sought employment. She didn't study for marriage. She ran the entire household alone, enduring all its troubles and sorrows with my aunt. That's why, when the time came for Auntie to distribute the property smoke, she made it a condition that the first share of the profits go into Maria's dowry at the bank. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Mary. Mary was a quiet, gentle, simple girl, neither beautiful nor ugly. I knew her from when I was little, and my mother would bring me to my aunt's house. She had such courage that after she finished her work in the kitchen at night, she would take her knitting and come into my room, and we would talk. We talked about anything and everything a girl might discuss a cause, the troubles of her home, what was happening in the neighborhood, and news from the country. Through her, I learned about the charming girl who always sat opposite, the one whose neighbors she argued with all day, which family had the most wealth, and which families had the most business dealings. Without knowing many people, within a few days, I knew everything about the whole town. And as I learned more, I asked more questions. Mary needed to talk, and I needed someone to speak with. I didn't know anyone in town besides my uncle's two older relatives, who were quite old, and what could I say to them in the coffee shop where we used to meet? Most of the young people I knew had left, including some university students I had met through Nikos at one time. Slowly I started getting into my books again, but I didn't have a good reading appetite. My mind needed something different. It couldn't find satisfaction in family arguments or in planning to cultivate my aunt's land more effectively. Among all this, Mary's chatter was the most enjoyable. And if my uncle bought more mastish at the market, and his plans for the evening at the table opened up wider wings, or if some significant event of the day gave him a chance to pull me deeper into the political organization of the town, or if his argument with my aunt reached a point where she got so angry that Mary's help was needed, the room of Nikos, where I would go to sleep, felt empty. I laughed at myself when I realized how accustomed I had become to Mary. I said she wasn't beautiful, her manner lacked grace, and her clothing was unappealing. She came into my room as she would in the laundry room, or while working in the kitchen her conversations were unusual, and always the same. What did I find enjoyable about these talks? What did I like? I had made deals through windows with more beautiful girls. Perhaps I had secretly observed someone in a secluded place or in a dark alley at night. But this was my first time alone with a girl, talking openly and freely with her. It surprised me. I enjoyed feeling the feminine presence near me, hearing a woman's voice speak. And Mary spoke. Bent over her knitting, she rambled on. And when she stopped speaking again, and silence fell in the room, the only sounds were from her needles and the humming. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name. Once upon a time, a lamp would occasionally catch my eye, making me feel a strange restlessness. Suddenly, she would lift her gaze and catch me staring at her. It seemed to bother her. One night, she smiled, and I remained still. Another day, she unexpectedly entered my room again. She was washing her hands, and a thimble slipped into her hand. Auntie had poor eyesight, so she asked for my help in removing it. I sat her down on the couch next to me and took her frayed sleeve in my hands to offer better support. She placed another hand on my shoulder and rested her head there. I performed the task, turned to look at her, and then allowed her to return to her work. For a long time afterward, I could feel goose bumps from the touch, and I heard her breath tickling my cheek. I felt so embarrassed and afraid of this woman. I don't believe it. It was respect for the home that had given me shelter and the stories I'd heard from Auntie about Maria that kept me there. However, there was something peculiar about Maria's demeanor, a dryness and sadness in her eyes. Many times, while she rambled and babbled, her appetite would suddenly disappear, and she would fall silent. This surprised and annoyed me, but I found it understandable too. For as much as Auntie, despite all her recognition, regarded Maria's devotion to the house as a natural duty, where she had grown up and eaten her bread, it didn't seem any less natural to me that a young woman wouldn't leave herself without some sorrow. Almost a month had passed since my arrival, and Nikos neither showed nor heard from him. He's not in good spirits, Auntie would always say whenever the subject arose. Uncle was more optimistic. Sometimes he suspected that Nikos might be locked up for longer and felt embarrassed to write about it, while at other times he believed that Nikos was waiting to sell his tobacco at a good price and surprise them with the money. Maria listened without speaking. She would occasionally cast me a sly glance. One night, after the topic had been discussed at dinner, she suddenly entered my room and looked at me directly. "I want to ask you something," she said. "Will you tell me the truth, if I know?" I replied, "He will, in my life. Does Nikos have a lover in Athens?" "I don't think so, I don't know." "He can't deny it." "Tell me, don't be afraid. I'm not telling Auntie." She looked at me again, and if I had known, I would have told her. "No, in Athens not." I answered, "In Syros." "I don't know." "You know." "But you're not saying." "That's why he's sitting there." She leaned over her knitting. "The tobacco is gone," she murmured after a while. "I'm afraid so too," I agreed. She turned to look at me without speaking. I remembered that she was also waiting for her share of the tobacco money, and despite being certain she didn't truly believe it, I regretted cutting even a tiny bit of her hope. I wanted to cover. My mistake, turning the conversation to a stalemate. I told you what I knew when you asked me. "Will you ask me something too?" I said. She looked at me. "What? Do you love anyone?" She blushed and lowered her head back into her work. "You're ashamed to say it. I caught you." I stood up and glared at her. She didn't move. I grabbed both her hands, looked into her eyes, and said, "Do you love someone?" She remained speechless. "Do you love someone?" I repeated, leaning closer over her. A small hole she had made in my hand with her needle's point made me let go of her head, and I sat back down in my chair. She stood up and left without making my bed, as she always did. The next day it seemed to me that she was angry. However, later that night she returned and rambled on about Nikos' chamber. Uncle took me out one evening, and we went to Auntie's country about an hour outside of town. It was a warm autumn sun. The fields were green and peaceful, with people ploughing, sowing, and herds grazing. This further relaxed Uncle's mood. There he described in detail the reforms he had planned. He spoke about houses, sheds clearing land, furrows and ditches, courtyards and wells, as if seeing them all before him. He showed where everyone belonged, described their functions, calculated expenses, revenues, and profits. Of course, I only saw it as a wooden shed in a valley with low ridges all around and a stone wall nearby, a half-collapsed house, a well with a fence next to it, and an empty dovecote not far from a spring by the edge of a forest. I realized that this was the fig tree that Maria had told me about, which they had planted while others were planning to uproot their own. And that aunt was complaining that her cultivation was eating up twice as much in expenses as it gave in revenue. After Uncle made coffee and cut a melon from the one hanging from the ceiling of our house after serving the dog who guarded our land, he took me further down the valley where, he said, the water came from the river that ran behind the ridges. In a previous evening conversation, he had outlined another more general plan, how all the fields could be irrigated with the water from the spring. This was the basis of his program when he tried to become mayor in our town. But the parties wouldn't let him win. They fought against him. That war and his failed plan came back to mine now, and we returned home. It had gotten dark, and Aunt was anxiously waiting because we didn't have coats. The evenings were cold. Uncle, though tired, fell asleep quickly after dinner. I went to my room too, warm and cozy, light flickering from the corner. Here is the English translation of the text. Preserving the name, I opened the door suddenly, and Maria came from behind with a lamp. While you were gone, I dusted the room and lit a fire to dry it, she said, setting down the lamp on the table. I turned around and looked at her. She seemed different. A red worm was wriggling across her back, and it suited her. I put my hand on her shoulder and tried to draw her closer to me. Haven't made your bed yet, she said, pulling away. I didn't insist on keeping her. By the time I turned around, she had closed the door behind her. I was furious with myself to let her leave. I heard her footsteps outside in the hallway, going back and forth, and I trembled in anticipation, waiting for the door to open again and for her to come back with her knitting, as she always did every night. But suddenly her aunt shouted from inside, "Don't you hear? The front door is creaking." I paused for a moment, straining my ears. Then I sprang up and opened my door just as Maria rushed towards the bottom. "It's Nikos," her aunt said, coming out through another door. "He's leaving angry without any light." "Don't you get the lantern from inside?" I went to the kitchen and got the lantern, then went up on the roof. I preferred to shine the light down onto the front door. As the light illuminated below, it seemed to me that I saw a shadow pushing Maria from above. "Come and light us on the stairs," said a voice. It was Nikos. I went with the light to the stairs. Nikos and Maria were carrying a box up and down between them. I moved aside and let them pass. "You ate her, right? You're not worthy of even a diploma, poor thing," was Nikos' first words as soon as he left the box at the top of the stairs. "Come on. Help me, I'm exhausted," he said, taking the light from my hands. We carried Maria and the box inside together, and he followed. His mother was surprised to see him. "Well, child, you've turned into a showman," she exclaimed. I realized she meant his shaven mustache. "It's in fashion now, Auntie," I replied. Nikos didn't answer and retreated to his room. "You lit a fire for me while you made yourself comfortable here," he said, casting a glance at Maria, who rushed up to him and asked if he had eaten. "No. Do you have anything?" she asked. "I'll fry some eggs." He didn't respond. "How did it go, dumb guy?" He turned back to me. "Fry whatever you want." Maria replied again. "Sit down," Nikos said, flinging his hat on the table and settling onto the couch. His father apparently heard him from inside and shouted, "What's going on? Don't you come in here," Nikos said. "He's asleep," his mother answered. "Come in for a moment and see." "I'll see him tomorrow. I'm tired now," he mumbled, settling in better on the couch. His father called out again from inside, Don't you feel sorry for that old man, getting him up from his bed? His mother said once more. He's the one who ruined me, and you understood nothing. Nikos turned towards the fire, mumbling something that sounded like a poem to me. His father didn't call out again, and Nikos remained still for a moment before suddenly getting up and heading towards the dining room. His mother followed him. Curiosity pushed me to approach them. The elders didn't have separate bedrooms and slept in the dining room. A dimly lit candelabra glowed from the fireplace as I entered, and there was my uncle reclining on his bed in the corner, wearing his white nightcap and draped in an old robe. "Welcome," he said to Nikos. After Nikos shook his hand, he sat down on the couch. My mother and I stood near the door, and then Maria rushed out from the kitchen. A moment passed in silence. "Well, what's new?" the uncle eventually asked. Nikos remained silent. "How was your trip?" my mother inquired. "Good," Nikos mumbled. Another moment of silence followed. "And the tobacco?" "Did you sell it well?" the father insisted. "I sold some," Nikos replied. "And the rest?" "I buried it," he said. "Go on, tell him." Mary exclaimed as she hurried back to the kitchen. "You're not to blame. Your mother is right." "I'm not yet ready," the uncle snapped, pounding his fists. My aunt crossed her arms and bowed her head. "Who did you bury it with? Where did you bury it?" He asked desperately. "Maria! Damn it! Bring me something to eat," Nikos shouted. Maria returned from the kitchen. "He's not to blame. I was just as surprised," my uncle continued, turning to Nikos. "I didn't expect you to be so clumsy." "Shut up. Do me a favor. I didn't come here for an argument," Nikos calmly said. Maria, a lit lamp hanging in the center of the room over a round table. It was the same lamp my uncle had in his shop when he was a merchant. "Don't you tell me how much you sold and what's left?" the old man asked. "I have the record here. You can see it tomorrow," Nikos answered. Maria lit the lamp, and she started to dim the light. "Tomorrow? Come on," my father exclaimed. "Don't you know how much you sold? How much money did you bring back?" "First let me eat, and I'll tell you," Nikos said calmly again. "Let the donkey eat first," my uncle shouted, standing up. Nikos also stood abruptly. As he was about to pass by, he brushed against Maria, causing her to drop the lamp, which shattered on the table. "The devil has taken his mind. Be careful, you might lose your hold." My uncle screamed again and lunged at her with an angry hand. My aunt intervened. Nikos slipped out through the door. I followed him into his room. "How can you speak to your father like that?" I asked, shocked. "You take care of your business." He replied coldly. "When will you take your exams again?" "After I go back to trade," he answered. We both laughed. He took out a cigarette and lit it. Maria came in to set the table. "I'll eat first," she said. "Women are meant to be beaten." "Bring me something to eat quickly. You look like you've just come from the East," I commented. He wandered around the room, looking down at his feet. "Is Smyrna beautiful?" I asked as Maria left. "Why didn't you send me the money, old man?" he said after a pause. "Didn't have any," he answered. "Don't you know what?" Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name. "You ruined everything." He sighed, pacing back and forth. "But how did you suddenly end up in Smyrna?" "A tragic romance," she replied. Maria entered with food, interrupting them. She sat at the table and began to eat. "How dare you serve me cheese like that?" he shouted unexpectedly. "Do you want me to throw it in your face?" "Don't you know I prefer it crispy?" "You raped me." "I'll put it back on the fire." Maria attempted to take the plate. "No, wait. "Bring me some wine," she said. Maria went and brought a bottle. "Is that all there is?" he asked, noticing the half-full glass. "Luckily, this one was left. We never would have known you'd come if it weren't for the extra." "Didn't your eyes tell you anything? Didn't you expect anything?" Maria locked eyes with him. "If I left you without wine, I'll throw mine on the fire, too," he said, slamming his glass down. His father, who had been eating with his aunt throughout this exchange, shouted even louder, "You're going to take my food away from me." Nick exclaimed and stormed off. "I doubt the decanter is full. Go refill it," Maria said. As if she hadn't noticed, he paused for a moment, deep in thought. "Wait here first," he said, reaching into his pocket. He pulled out a wad of cash, took a few bills that looked like 20s to him and gave them to Maria. "Take this inside and shut him up." Maria took the money and left. "You'll see him shut up." She turned to me and said, "So, where did you sell the tobacco?" I asked. He resumed his meal without answering. A short while later, Maria returned. "What'd he say?" Nick inquired. "I went back and gave him the candle," she replied. "Shall I get some more wine now?" She picked up the bottle and added, "One of you go stand on the terrace. I'm only afraid of getting lost." I got up, grabbed the bottle from her hand, and left. When I turned around, Maria was washing the dishes. "Everyone feels their own fate," Nick said with a smile as he looked at me. "You can't laugh at life." "Fine, but how did you end up in Smyrna?" "Marvelously, like a dream," he continued. He paused for a moment and then locked eyes with me. "A new world, a grand world. The Turks are a noble people. Bismarck was right. There I felt what it means to be a gentleman. I don't want to be Turkish." Maria, who had just entered with 2 glasses in her hand, stared at him in surprise. She knocked the glasses over on the table and filled them with wine. "Wes, a Turk." "A superior people, an aristocrat," Nick said, taking a sip from his glass. "Did you meet many Turks?" I asked. What, are there Turks on Sira?" Maria exclaimed. "Turks only, isn't it a Turkish place? So, you like them, a cultured people, right?" I laughed as I looked at him. "What does culture mean?" He snapped. "European mob rule, degeneration, misunderstanding of life. The cycle of hours in Asia won't stop." He drained his glass and turned to Maria for a refill. "Hey, have you been staying in Athens long?" I inquired. "Not even that. It would have been too much of a letdown after the drama in Onika. I needed to isolate myself," she answered. Maria stood and stared at him. "Maria, what are you doing?" "Here is the translation, preserving the name. Don't go to sleep." "I didn't bring you anything. Don't wait," he told her. "I'm waiting for you to tell me where to make your bed," Mary murmured. "Where else but in my own bed?" Mary turned and looked at me. "I'm sleeping on the couch," I said. "No, my friend, I can't sleep with anyone else in the same room," he insisted. "Make your bed in the living room." The living room was tucked away from his bedroom, and Mary went in to organize things. Nikos stood up and paced. "This trip was a revelation. It needs to be transformed into a work," he said as if speaking to himself. "A romance or—" I tried to ask him. "Drama, a drama. It was so tragic. No romantic endeavor." I whispered when Mary left the living room. "That too, everything, it's inexplicable." There, I felt Byron. Fate must be overcome. "So tell me about it." I prompted. "What's there to tell?" "These things can't be told. They're lived and felt alone. It's a drama. I told you. I need to isolate myself and write it down. What is the East? No courtesan." That too. "There are many unfathomable." Mary returned to the room. "Darn it! I didn't bring them. Don't wait, she said dismissively. Came to make your bed properly with clean sheets, she explained, a bit stunned. Nikos paced back and forth again, observing her as she made up his bed. But soon, as if struck by sudden inspiration, he gestured for me to follow him and led the way to the door. I took the lamp and went to stand near him in the living room. He opened his chest, rummaged through a mix of clean and dirty laundry papers, shoes, and pulled out a small package. We returned to the bedroom. Let me give these to you, Nikos said to Mary. Didn't I bring anything? She asked playfully, extending her hand. Nikos unravelled the package. Come on, stretch your foot. Mary looked down. He didn't say slippers, she murmured. Take a look first. Nikos urged, holding them aloft for her. It was a pair of gold-embellished pajama slippers. Put them on, he said. Mary did as he asked and walked around the room looking at her feet. They fit perfectly, she smiled. But I told you about shoes. She looked back at Nikos. If you don't like them, bring them back, he responded angrily. She didn't pay him any mind. She took off the slippers, examined them, re-examined them, and put them on again, looking at her feet. This is really how Turkish women wear them, she asked. Exactly, Nikos confirmed. Do they wear them out in public? Turkish women don't go out in public. Then where did you see them? On balconies, in courtyards? Mary looked at him. Stand still for a moment, he requested. He left the room, removed the sheet from the couch, and wrapped it around her, leaving only her eyes and the edges of the slippers visible. Go check yourself in the mirror. He told her, this is how Turkish women are. He took the lamp and shone it on her. Mary stood face to the mirror and looked at herself for a moment. Don't the children get scared when they see this? She exclaimed, tearing off the sheet. Nikos remained silent. He wandered around the room. Mary, after looking at herself in the mirror again, turning his feet to see how they looked from the heels, he sat down and took out one of his pipi. It's hand soon on the dark side, he said, looking at it. How much are they? Nikos asked. What does that matter? Do you like them only? He replied. Maria put the pipe back in and stood up. Nikos picked up the lamp and we returned to his room. Jet into bed now, he told her, and tomorrow. Tomorrow what? She looked him in the eyes. Go now. He nudged her. She tried to leave, but he stopped her. Stand still first, he said, took her to the living room, whispered something and turned back to me. I looked at him. He laughed and drained his glass. Soon, Maria came back covered again in the sheet. She looked me face on, shook her head, and left through the door. I started to lose my focus a bit. That's how I saw it. Nikos quietly told me. Up and down like that. I returned with a broken heart. But fate must be overcome. He refilled his glass and drank. So tell me then, who did you see like that? What do you mean? Didn't you see? What did I see? The pipes. Where did you buy them? You would know the story if you could hear it. Enough. Just tell me. Well, you know Athens' daughter from Byron. I shook my head to save myself. I saw her alive, he said, looking at me. Marig Chatzopoulos. I asked, laughing. The slave, the true woman. I lived a tragedy. If only I had money. What would you do? He didn't answer. He sat down in front of the table with his head bowed. That's the only point I agree with Schopenhauer. He suddenly turned to me after a while. I looked at him. 2 wishes aren't enough, he continued. You need the will of everyone. And that's how the tragedy of life begins. The struggle against fate. A hero is whoever defeats it. He tore through the room 3 times in silence and then stood in front of me. "Come on, drink up," he said, filling our glasses. "To her memory. It's a poet's duty to taste the tragedies. That's why he lives in dreams with shadows, with projections of harsh life. Life without tragedy is boredom. Come on, drink to her memory." We drank. "So tell me the story." I tried to ask him. The poet doesn't defile his being. "Drink up, just drink." But the bottle was empty. "Go get it refilled," he told me when he noticed. "They're about to close now," I replied. He lay down on the couch and remained silent. I tried asking him something else, but he didn't respond. Finally, I got tired too and decided to let him be. The next day I woke up early. It seemed to me that I heard voices coming from Nikos' room, but sleep conquered my curiosity, and I closed my eyes again. After dressing, I tried to go into Nikos' room, but the door was locked from the inside, so I went to the dining room. There I found Auntie sitting with her pipe near the fire, hunched over. A little while after I sat down near her. I asked, "What were you saying?" She replied, "Nothing. We were just chatting." I inquired, "Is she awake yet?" "She's still locked inside." She sighed and said, "She's locked herself in and is writing by the lamp. The sun bothers her, so she shut the window. Some say the sun itself gives off light even at noon, and if it were cheaper, oil would be readily available. Maria brought me coffee." Her face was full of laughter. She left the table and turned to leave. "Come here, girl," called Auntie. "What's she doing in there?" "I don't know," replied Maria indifferently. "Why should I go back in? It's not like I haven't been inside already." I turned and looked at her again. She was combed and neat, wearing her little slippers. "Look what Auntie brought her," she told me. "They're beautiful," I murmured. "She even has shoes with buttons and lusterwork," Maria giggled. "Shall I show them to you?" And off she went, tapping her slippers on the floor as she left. She woke up before dawn with a loud noise, said Auntie. "But let's hope this bad luck brings her some joy." "She's a girl after all." Maria returned, wearing the shoes. They were ready-made ones sold at the spring well. "They're fine, aren't they?" I agreed. "They fit snugly, don't they feel tight on you?" asked Auntie. "Not at all," I exclaimed. "It's like they were made for me." She tugged my hand, but as soon as she sat down to put them on, Nikos called her from inside. She bowed and left quickly. I sat down to enjoy my coffee and picked up the newspaper from the fireplace. Auntie enjoyed listening to the news, though it would have been somewhat tedious for me to explain every sentence I read to her. Yet I was happy to sacrifice an hour each morning for her sake. Just as I began reading aloud, Maria interrupted us by coming back in with 2 packages in her hands. "What are these?" asked Auntie. "She gave them to me to bring here. She doesn't want them inside. They're on the table, and she wants to move to the vase too." Maria's voice trembled. Auntie jumped up angrily towards the door. "Bring them back in right now," she ordered Maria. "Put them down where they were. As long as I live, I'll decide what belongs in my house." "Maria!" "Come and get these, or I'll throw them out the window," cried Nikos from his room while their mother came out into the living area. "I'll be the first to kick you out of here," she told Maria, rushing towards her room. Nikos managed to shut the door just in time. "Come on, Maria, take them or I'll throw them down," he shouted from inside again. "Otherwise I'll get rid of them." Maria tried to leave through the other door, but Auntie grabbed her. "Don't be silly, nothing's going to happen. Just put these packages back where they were. I'm not having any bigger problems." She slammed the door hard. But instead of opening, it was the window that creaked. "She'll really throw them away," Maria whispered, crossing her hands in front of her chest and running to the servant's window. I followed her. Here is the translation of the text. Preserving the name, I caught my aunt, who grew even angrier and started banging on the door harder, cursing relentlessly. "She threw them," Maria signaled to me as she left the kitchen and ran upstairs. "Come on, let him have it. He's not throwing them, that's how he does it." I tried to calm my aunt down. "I'll throw him out of my house. I'll bring in the authorities," she shouted. I was terrified to sit her down at the dining table. She collapsed trembling onto the couch. Her nerves got the better of her as she spoke. I ran to call Maria, asking her to come help. I found her climbing the stairs, holding the icon that Nick had thrown out the window. "God will set fire to us," she said, with tears in her eyes, pointing to a broken fragment on the floor. I grabbed it from her hand and placed it gently aside. "Don't say she threw them," I whispered, pushing her onto the dining chair and entering alongside her. It took some time for my aunt to calm down a bit. It was already midday. Suddenly, I remembered the icon I had left outside the door earlier, and went to retrieve it, fearing that my uncle would get angry and we'd have more trouble. I picked up both the icon and the broken fragment in the kitchen. I placed the icon inside a drawer with the charcoal, but I hesitated about what to do with the broken piece. As I held the fragments and looked at them, I suddenly realized something. They fit together perfectly, even though my hands were empty. I would have made the sign of the cross truly. The saint depicted there seemed so strange to me. He was wearing a long Albanian fustanella that reached his knees and a tall turbaned fez. I don't remember clearly if he had tsuliatsa and vlach socks or tolukia. Above his head, I read the words, St. George of Ioannina. I couldn't help but laugh, and Maria, who suddenly entered the kitchen, caught me with a smile. "You're laughing," she said. "Don't you say God will get angry." "Did you see what happened?" She folded her hands in front of her chest. "Didn't you hear yesterday? He became Turkish. Now he has a long pipe and he's smoking." "Doesn't he wear a hat too?" I asked. She didn't answer. She stood for a moment. "It doesn't make me a Turkish woman," she said, quickly kicking off her slippers. "I won't wear them again. I won't go back inside." "Don't wear them again. Don't go back inside." I whispered and took her hand. She didn't raise her eyes from the floor. "Look," I said to her again. "Listen to me, Maria. Here, hide the fragment somewhere, so my aunt doesn't find it. And then quickly put on your shoes, as a sensible girl would." She gave me a startled look, took the fragment, and let go of my hand. When my uncle arrived at midday, he found my aunt calm. She was hungry but seemed happy. After asking about the meat and pressuring Maria to set the table quickly, he started telling us how many people he had paid off in the market with the money Nick had brought. My aunt pretended not to listen. Only when he mentioned that he had also paid for what she had secretly bought did she turn and scold him. Didi put down 10 drachmas. 9. And it was 80 years old. "Go and get the €2 back for her." "Okay, I will," he answered his aunt, continuing the conversation without noticing her murmur. "Rest a little longer," he finally said, turning to me. "Now let them hear how the merchant returned, and you'll see a new beginning." The old woman jumped from the corner where she was sitting. "Be quiet, old lady. and everything will be fine. God doesn't let anyone go empty-handed, his uncle quietly replied. Where is Nikos? Didn't he come out? Maria asked, who had just set the table. He's inside, she answered. Come on, bring the food and tell him to join us too. He went and took his place at the top of the table. I sat down too, waiting with some anxiety for new troubles, in case his uncle noticed that their son wasn't joining them at the table. Maria brought the food and sat down after making sure her aunt was seated first. His uncle began to serve as he usually did when the door opened and Nikos entered. He stood still for a moment, looked out through the balcony's glass door, and then sat down in silence and seriousness. He had just been shaved, however. Upon sitting, I noticed his suit was crumpled, and his tie, which I remembered from that time, was tightly tied at his neck, as was the fashion then. Damn your news, Nikos, his uncle exclaimed when he saw him up close, as he sat next to him. I didn't notice you yesterday. Did you come back like this from Saros? Or did you shave today? And he laughed. How don't I please you? Nikos replied, tilting his head and looking at him askew with a smile. Then he clenched his jaw and returned to his food. He didn't exchange a single word with the rest of us. He didn't even give us a full look. But a hand gesture that reminded me of the poet Vidorus showed us only a silver bracelet he was wearing below his cuff. He answered two of his father's questions dryly, concisely, after clearing his plate and glass. Then he stood up. Where are you going? His uncle asked. I have work inside, Nikos replied. When will I see you? I want to see you. Just say when. Come find me, he said. He left. His mother didn't even glance at him as he walked out, nor did she speak. It was so uncomfortable there that as soon as we finished eating, I grabbed my hat and went outside. With things taking their course, I had no more hope that my uncle would mediate with my father to send me back to Athens. In his last letter, he had cut off any possibility of this. I had to stay at home until the exams were over. Of course, I wouldn't be able to share a room with Maria, who slept there. And how could I? One could not live in a hole all day. And besides, I might find some peace outside, in all that noise. So I decided it would be better to go home. I saw that the Nikos kept some money, so I thought he might give me the 20 euro note he owed me and let me leave. After wandering around outside all evening, I returned home late that night with this decision in mind. I didn't find anyone in the dining room when I entered. It was dark and the fire was out. I stood there thinking. As I passed by, I saw light in Nikos' room, but I wasn't sure if I should go knock on his door. I went back and forth a few times before Maria heard me and came inside. Are you here? She asked. Where's Auntie? I inquired. She replied that she had gone somewhere to offer condolences and didn't know how long she'd been gone. Suddenly, she said, I forgot to light the fire and ran outside. She returned with a load of wood. Is Nikos inside? I asked as she lit the fire. Yes, he is. Did something happen? No, but did you talk to his father? Did you guys argue? No. She lit the fire and stood up from her corner. Let me tell you, Maria, I said. What do you want? Light the lamp first. I tried to grab her hand. What do you want? She suddenly asked, pulling away. Go tell Nikos that I want to see him. That I want to see him. Why? Because I don't want to stay here anymore. She left. I heard her open Nikos' door and then close it again shortly after. It's not empty now, Maria said when she came back inside. Doesn't matter if it's empty or not. I need to see him. Come on, tell him yourself. Just go tell him. please do me the favor. Tell him I'm leaving. Where are you going to leave? Back home. Why? Don't you get tired of me after all this time? Why would I get tired of you? What have you done to make me tire of you? She lit the lamp and waited for the room to warm up. Leave long, go tell Nikos, I said again, trying to grab her hand once more. I'm not going, she replied. I told you, he'll call me. She pushed me away and turned on the lamp. I looked at her. I noticed she was wearing her slippers again. You put them back on, didn't you, Seiko? You didn't see how my shoes are falling apart? She cut me off and ran out. I decided to go into Nikos' room, whatever happens, happens. But as I was about to leave, Maria returned, this time wearing new shoes. See, she said, it's not that close. Auntie said, she only comes here for a little while, but Nikos told me it'll open soon. She sat on the chair and pointed to her foot. Then she lowered it, raised her skirt a bit, and showed me her shoes again. Okay, they're nice, I said, standing up and looking at her. Soon after, Auntie arrived, followed by Uncle, and we all sat down at a dinner. Nikos insisted that he didn't want to leave and sent Maria to bring him his meal in his room. The next day, as soon as I woke up, I went straight to his door and knocked. When he heard me, he opened it and came into the living room. He was only wearing a shirt and linen pants. On his feet, some tied-up pieces of fabric that looked more like pigskin slippers than ancient sandals, as he had claimed they were. He held the pen. "You'll leave me, poor soul," I said as I saw him open the door and step out onto the balcony. "There's bad air inside." He replied, "What do you want?" "Say it quickly." I murmured, "I think I'm leaving." "Well, you should go. Say your goodbyes." I looked at him. "Don't you have anything to give me? What should I give you?" "You forgot the 20 drachma coin." "Wes, if I have to give it to you." "How could you not?" "I saw it yesterday, cut me off and tried to leave. I held him back." "Just forget about it." "I need it for my fare." "Fine, I'll calculate it later," he said, and went into his room. In the afternoon he returned to the table, dressed just like the day before. He cast glances at all of us, sometimes indifferent, sometimes playful. He spoke in verses, played with something his father had said, slapped Maria on the hand for not holding her hair properly, cut his food in half, and smoked a cigarette. Then, when he made up his mind, he stood up to go into his room. He didn't show up that evening. The next afternoon, he came back to the table and did the same. This went on for 4 or 5 days. I tried to weigh him down with words, but it was impossible. I sent a note with Maria, but got no response. I had to write to my father to send me the expenses so that I could return home. And I waited. As an unmarried man, I couldn't even go to the café to pass the time. At home, it was impossible to follow the discipline that Nikos had imposed on us, not speaking loudly, not making loud footsteps. On top of that, the complaints from the elders grew stronger. The people who used to provide them with tobacco, after finding out about Nikos' arrival, demanded their money back, and Nikos couldn't even find the note showing how much he sold and how much he left. His father started to worry that perhaps he had sold it all and spent the money, except for the 500 or 600 drachmas his mother sent him with Maria on the night of his arrival. He wrote to the agent, as Nikos told him where to find the tobacco, but no response came. There was nothing left but for someone to go to Syria and investigate to discover the truth. But who could go? My uncle wouldn't budge. Once he tried to leave the boundaries of his town, but the power of the local meep couldn't reach him to save him. He had to quickly sell a piece of land that his aunt owned, so that a creditor who had taken him into custody would be paid. It seems there were other unpaid creditors, and my uncle didn't decide to travel again. So it fell to me to go see what happened with the tobacco and write about it. They gave me the expenses, and I set off for Syra. There I learned that first, Nikos did not show up for his trial. Second, after trying to sell the tobacco without getting the price he wanted, he buried himself in the agent's office and left, in various amounts exceeding 500,000 drachmas. The agent couldn't give him any more. I wasn't thinking about either Nikos or the elders. I once hesitated for an entire day before deciding to sue them for what I had learned. I asked the agent in passing what tobacco could be sold for. No more than 2,500 drachmas, he said, if I handle the negotiation myself. In the end, I decided to write this down to my uncle when suddenly I received a letter from Nikos. He first wanted me to sympathize with him for his behavior in recent days. But if I think about it, he told me poems are born with pain, just like children, and the true poet ends up nervous, like a woman. Then I will understand and won't want to retaliate, not turning away from his fraternal appeal. Whatever I do, I have to save him this time and not reveal to his father he withdrew through so much money from the agent. At least half of it should be covered. I showed the letter to the agent, seeking his help. Understand, he said, from the letter his father sent me. But since I knew Nikos, I didn't want to answer right away. So put all your effort into selling the tobacco at a higher price. He introduced me to one and another, and I started running and negotiating after writing to my uncle and seeking his opinion in between. He gave me complete freedom to sell them as best as possible. The only thing he asked was not to leave without paying. 3 weeks passed for me to cover half of what Nikos had taken and hand over close to 3,000 drachmas to my aunt, as she explicitly demanded. By then, my business achievement wasn't as great as I imagined. The 3,000 drachmas were just enough pathos to pay who had given my uncle their tobacco. Not only was there no money left for Maria's dowry, but even the sub-officer didn't receive his interest for that year. My father had sent expenses for my trip in the meantime, and I wanted to leave immediately the next day, but my aunt insisted on keeping me as long as Christmas approached in a few days. Nikos welcomed me into his room, that same night even suggesting I sleep on his couch because it was cold in the living room. "It's impossible to disturb you," I said. "Don't be silly." He replied, "Don't remember what happened earlier. I had a reason then." I agreed. However, when it was time to go to bed, I saw that he took off his hat and left without telling me where he was going. He returned at dawn, and the next day we had already made our decision. Maria told me that she had been living this way for about 2 weeks. "And where do you spend your nights?" I asked. She shrugged her shoulders. "Do you have a lover?" She left without answering. I noticed that she was no longer wearing her slippers and looked more pale and hungry. In the afternoon, Nikos called me to his room. He had eaten and was getting dressed. "You woke up early," I said. "Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name. He can't sleep at night," I said. "You should finish your drama and laugh about it now." She interrupted. "Didn't you finish?" "Still not. Can anyone work in this place? In such filth and disgust. With all this trash around. Forget it. Do you want to go out? Where do you suggest? To the café. Anywhere but here. I spend my time here enduring it until I can leave. Are you going back to Athens again? What Athens? What's there for me in that other dump? But I'm going to Germany. I smiled. Don't believe it. Look, I'm even learning German. He took out a booklet from his pocket and handed it to me. It was indeed a piece of German method, one of those sold on the streets. And what will you do in Germany? He asked. See Germany. What's wrong with that? Whoever hasn't seen Germany isn't human. They don't know what life is about, Doc. He laughed. You would have done the same, right? You would have gone to get your diploma there. Give me some money, he insisted. What money? Opportunities you lack purpose in your life. What's your problem? I replied, time is wasting away. Listen to what Pallas writes. He took out a multi-page letter and read some parts aloud. If he were Prime Minister, he would send all children to study in Germany, and he'd cut salaries for writers and artists to go there and experience life with its hardships, he wrote. Only then could a storm or drain occur in the Greek nation. What? What did you say? I exclaimed. He went on. Only if we embrace German spirit will we survive. To live, one must first find themselves as something only possible here in Germany. Here you'll grasp ancient Greece, feel Aeschylus and the Parthenon when you listen to the Ninth Symphony and enter Beethoven's worlds. Only then will you comprehend the grandeur of eternity, and if you don't hear its hymn inside you, don't even think about creating. This is all a charade, he continued. No one knows what life means. No one feels anything. Even the waiters here know what I'm talking about. Waiters. What do you mean? Female servers. You should know that in Germany men don't take on humiliating jobs. But what do they do then? Manly work. First and foremost, they become soldiers, just as in ancient Greece. I still don't get it, I confessed. He laughed. It's not natural for you to understand. Germany is not something easily grasped. Let's go. He pulled me straight to the café. An elderly gentleman with glasses and half-shaved hair nodded at us from a table. Nikos greeted him in German, and we all introduced ourselves. The man spoke some Greek to Nikos before turning to me and asking something in German. Do you not understand German? He asked, noticing my wide-eyed stare. I couldn't even grasp your name, I replied. Dad, Zambakidis, he said, shaking my hand again. Nikos began speaking to him in German, but for effective communication, both of us had to repeat the sentence in Greek. It seems my cousin is getting quite proficient with German, I said, trying to contribute. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name crew. He has talent and enthusiasm for this language, I said. It's a beautiful language, that's true. I've heard the opposite, replied Nikos, laughing. French people make me laugh. If I hear French, I can't help but burst out laughing. Not at all, don't be excessive. French is also a beautiful language, said Zambakidis. Beautiful for small talk. It's as funny as the people who speak it. My nerves are frayed just listening to them talk about the French, Nikos exclaimed, drawing his breath in. Where do you know these French people from? I asked. I've met quite a few. They're all ridiculous. Unfortunately, I also know their philosophy. Just about women. A nation that doesn't have one notable poet, musician, or painter or philosopher either. Just one, said Zambakidis. You forgot, Rusu, to name just one, I retorted. Even so, they did chase him away. Frederick the Great saved him, just like he saved Voltaire. Zambakidis looked at Nikos. One Rosso isn't enough to save them, continued Nikos. And even if 100 Rosas had come along, it wouldn't atone for the harm they've caused humanity. What harm? I inquired. Did the revolution really cause harm? Nikos asked. Zambakidis smiled. You're being excessive, he said. It seems you're mixing things up a bit. Am I, or don't you understand what's going on? Nikos exclaimed. I refuse to accept your idea that science is beneficial for life. I proved to you yesterday that science devoured ancient Greece. Look what happened in Rome. You see the same thing happening in Germany today. But I told you I didn't quite grasp your point, said Zambakidis. That's why I asked you to read my article, so you'd understand me better, da. I still don't get it any clearer than your words. Zambakidis smiled again. Of course, you should pay attention to the language, said Nikos, and they began discussing the linguistic issue. Zambakidis argued that a language should have grammar, while Nikos maintained that grammar is the individual's feeling. I wanted to join in, but quickly got confused and lost my train of thought. No, drop it and let's get on with our lesson, said Zambakidis finally. Nikos took out a German grammar sheet from his pocket. I picked up a newspaper to read and avoid disturbing them. Within minutes, I heard Zambakidis' voice. We're getting nowhere. How do we move forward? Told you I don't like grammar, Nikos said, yawning. Then forget about learning the language. Without grammar, it's a waste of time, Zambakidis repeated. Nikos laughed. Like it matters to me anyway. Storms and seas can't be navigated by grammar, da. He stood up. Come on, they're waiting for you, they said Zambakidis with a smile. Indeed, a few yards away at another table, 2 men sat with playing cards in their hands, waiting for Nikos. Zambakidis looked at me for a moment after Nikos left without saying a word. Is this the lesson you're teaching? I asked, laughing. They take things too casually, he replied, almost to himself. Here is the English translation of the text, preserving the name. Don't mind my question. So now with Germany. Did you study in Germany? I asked. He nodded. No, philosophy and geology. And do you practice? Agriculture in my garden, he said with a smile. I looked at him. Does it seem strange to you? He asked. That finished my own storm and drain. What is this storm and drain? Enlighten me. Spiritual turmoil, how to put it, something like what your cousin wants to do now. And he explained its historical significance. And did you two here make such a thing? I asked. I did. I wanted to, just like Nikos. Are you also a poet? Yeah. Where would I find myself a poet? As I told you, I studied geology. I looked at him curiously. He smiled. You're surprised, I see. You think a geologist can't dream of a storm and drain. I kept looking at him. Well, I too wanted to remodel just like your cousin, he said. Your field. I asked when I saw him fall silent. What field of mine? Only my field. Anything else? The whole society, life, the world. To overturn even God. How? In what way? With geology, of course, with geology. I don't understand. Tell me, I said as I saw him fall silent again, looking at the table where Nikos had sat. Well. I told you I studied in Germany. Many of the things Nikos says I too experienced there. Perhaps a little less confused, but that doesn't matter. The important thing is that I realized that life doesn't follow its straight path. Are you of a different opinion? I agreed not to interrupt him. So I believed religion was to blame and hurried to get my degrees and return here to attack it. How do you attack it? Like this? I managed to gather 3 other friends who had also studied in Germany, and we formed a club or group, as we called it. We collected some money among us. I wrote a study disproving the idea of God and the Mosaic creation. Tying our suitcases, we came to Athens and dropped the bomb. What bomb? My study, which we printed in book form with our funds. He smiled for a moment, and I tried to ask, the result you want to know, a monk, an archimandrite, or a bishop, I can't remember, refuted my philosophical basis in a newspaper. My geological one was torn apart by a professor of geology, proving I had made mistakes in translating the texts I had quoted in my book. And you didn't respond. What would I respond? My fellow geologist was right about the errors he found. That's why I'm now insisting that Nikos not belittle the grammar, and you didn't answer the monk. I did have something to say to him. But where? Which newspaper would open its columns for me to attack religion? Why didn't you print a new book? With what money? My father didn't send me even 5 cents. And he didn't want to recognize me either, as he found out I had taken on God. Here is the English translation of the text. Preserving the name, what about your vineyard? Which one? The one belonging to the club you mentioned. Or club has dissolved. Why? My companions weren't expecting such a war. In fact, 2 of them even disowned me in the press when it was revealed that we had secretly formed a company to fight against religion. How brave they were. Not at all. They behaved as if they were knowledgeable people. One is now a doctor with a large practice. Another is a department head in some ministry. The third, who remained loyal to me, practices law at the village's peace court. And then what happened? After the religious overthrow failed, we turned our attention to this third person and started planning another uprising. We wanted to create turmoil in a different sphere. Where? It doesn't matter. Let me just say that it ended worse. My companion ended up at the peace court I mentioned, and I, after starving and struggling for years in Athens, returned here as if my father had died, cultivating my garden and a small vineyard that he left me, since he couldn't disown me completely. How did he take your atheism so harshly? Not him, but more myself. Later, when he learned of my misfortune, he wrote to me asking me to come home. But I set the condition that if he wanted a priest at his doorstep, he shouldn't expect my arrival. He didn't agree, and neither did I go for his funeral, to avoid being confronted by priests. Such fanaticism. Principles, you see, as they say in the language your cousin loves. And do you stick to these principles? That's a different matter. Our initial concern was about your cousin, who is also taking things too fast and rushing to go to Germany. Do you think he shouldn't go? Men, God forbid. I'm only telling him not to hurry. Let him stay here with me for a while longer, learn some German. Then, as he will tell you himself, he shook his head without meaning to. For the task we're talking about, it's better to wait another year. I looked at him. So let me tell you in order, if you don't mind, he continued. As I said, I have a garden at my little cottage. It's outside, but very close by. If you like, come one day with Nikos to see the rabbits, chickens, and Maltese goats. That's all my animal kingdom, together with a dog and 2 cats. The plants are more abundant. Come and see them yourself. Now, let me tell you about my vineyard, because it has something to do with the story. But I heard that the government... I started to say... Please, leave politics out of it. I don't get involved in such things. It's true that few people like me here locally, and even those not much. But I love it. You see, I was born and raised here. It's a given, as Nikos would say. Due to the hard life I've lived for so many years, I've gotten accustomed to simplicity. My garden alone is enough to sustain me." He paused, considering something before continuing. "So my vineyard remains as a kind of surplus. I thought I will gift it to the municipality for the poor, and thus I would be free from this burden. But afterward, I realized that the rich would consume it, and a new idea came to me. To conduct tests alone to see how the plant of this land could improve and make the wine more successful. I'll tell you about the methods I put into action. It will tire you out. Just know that I achieved pleasant results. I found a method to prevent the wine from becoming sour before its time, as is common here. The only thing still bothering me is the color. I can't find a way to make it as clear as needed. That's why I'm telling Nick not to rush. I have hopes of succeeding just in time. And didn't you share your method with others so they could apply it too?" He smiled. "It seems you don't know the world yet. Who listens to a method? The world wants to be convinced first, to see positive results. The best way to spread something new is to demonstrate it practically. And here, to convince people, I must be able to take my invention beyond this place. But that's something I'm unable to do. It's impossible for me to persuade myself to leave this place." "Why?" "Why?" "You ask too many questions. Do you find me strange? Let me tell you. I fear death. And it's not strange to fear dying outside my homeland. Do you fear death so much? Not death itself, but dying outside my home. You're surprised, aren't you? Let me tell you this, my desire is to be buried in this soil where I was born, to rest in the grave of my parents by my father's side." He paused for a moment. "Yes, by my father's side. Don't look at me," he continued with a smile. "You remember when I told you I didn't want to see him die, so as not to be answered by priests. Oh, if only you knew how strange human beings are and how complex the soul is. What does it matter if someone dares to unravel them? I imagine I can do it, but every Friday I go to my father's grave and light a candle." He stopped, realizing we had strayed from the topic. What were we talking about? "That you don't want to travel." I replied, "Wes, well, I needed to find someone else, and you chose Nick." I cut him off, laughing. "Don't laugh. As much as you know he's not the right person. First, he's a man who only listens to his impulses. You've seen it. He left our lesson behind, forgot about the grand dreams of enjoying the moment. Secondly, he is not someone who would take on this project with his whole heart and soul for the love of the common good. He takes it only for himself because it gives him an excuse to go to Germany. But that's enough for me. My goal is for my wine to leave Greece. If I succeed in that, the world will be convinced, and they'll come. Here is the English translation, while preserving the name. If he wants me to illuminate him, instead of me running now to convince him with words, that's how my work ends. I want to give them a nudge. The rest will come by itself. His interest will wake everyone up. Do you understand me now? I do. But what about Nikos? Let's help him become great too. That's good for the place. Let him produce a great poet. Nikos, a great poet. I laughed again. Why not? Doesn't he have Roman blood? And one more Nikos is all it takes. You shouldn't advise him to get a job and live, I said. He smiled. It seems the urge for greatness hasn't entered your heart. To advise him, but didn't I tell you my story before? You think no one advised me? Oh, you don't know that making a person believe they are something special in this world makes them happy. Don't think you'll save the world by uprooting such urges. not the whole world, but I wanted to save a new soul. He laughed loudly now. Go ahead if you want. However, it would be more practical if you tried something else. And for that, I'd also owe you a favor. I don't know if you noticed. I've been restless throughout our conversation. I always act as if Nikos is about to play a game. I get up quickly and leave. I leave my chessboard in the middle, which I sometimes played with a doctor. And now if I hadn't caught up with you here, I would have left early. Don't look at me. I can't tell you, let alone say it to him. You have more courage with him. I tell you, others here know too, and they whisper about it. I wanted to leave then, but he continued, if you sense the game he's playing, go sit next to him for a moment, verify it yourself, and do your duty. Please do me this favor and sympathize with leaving you. And he gave me his hand and left. He had given me a clear suspicion more than I had imagined, and my first impulse was to get up and leave. But curiosity kept me, and I decided to go sit next to Nikos. I didn't wait long to confirm that he was coordinated with one of those playing together, laughing at the other's expense. Don't kick him out now, said softly as I saw he could pause the game. Come back in a bit and take me with you. He answered, winning and in good spirits, teasing the loser. I went for a walk and came back. This time I found him engaged again. He wasn't having a good hand, and he had invited a priest to sit next to him, watching the game. 3 others sitting around were laughing and signaling the priest not to get up. I left again, returned after nightfall. The priest was gone, and I sat down next to Nikos. Still waiting? I asked. Now that I'm in it, he replied. You see how many have written to me. Sit for a while. Maybe it will bring me luck. I sat down, but I didn't convince him. Benefits. You hung it up on me too. Go ahead. Leave. Tell them I eat outside tonight, she said without turning to look at me. Maria took over her work that evening and came into my room. Don't you know how eagerly I've been waiting for your return? She suddenly turned to me. How could you not have noticed my absence? I mumbled. Ignoring me, she asked, where did you go this afternoon? For a walk to the café. And he didn't come to eat. Where did you leave him? At the café. Playing cards. Was he? I nodded. Didn't he tell you anything? What could he possibly tell me? She told me how Nikos had again squeezed his mother for money. He'd heard she wanted to take out a loan to pay her son-in-law's debt and was desperate to borrow. Dearly for 1,000 drachmas. She spoke of his stern warning that this would be the last time he would offer any help and threatened to cut him off entirely. He'll get himself into trouble, I said. That's what I'm afraid of, she agreed. You should tell your uncle. Maybe he can help. But as I thought about it, I couldn't believe how I'd found the courage to answer her like that. Yet there she sat before me, enveloped in her red shawl, reminding me of that same night a month earlier when she had swept my room clean and lit the fire. The whole month seemed to have passed in an instant. For me, Nikos' arrival and absence felt like they never were. All I saw was her eyes glistening with tears and her cheeks burning hot. I stood up and took her hand, but I was afraid. She was shivering in the cold. What's wrong? What happened? I asked. I'm just a little chilly. It'll pass, she mumbled, gathering her knitting. I need to lie down. She left, and I slept as well. The next morning she woke up straight and went back to work, but she looked yellow, almost like she was struggling to walk. That day, Nikos woke up earlier than usual. He had a good mood on, talking, and laughing, and he was especially attentive to his mother that morning. As we sat down to breakfast, he offered me a cigar. His father refused, tapping him on the head. "Comb inside and have it," Nikos said. "It won't bother Mother." We went into his room, and Maria brought us coffee. "Why such a gloomy face?" Nikos asked. "Do you think I've forgotten about you? Put your hand in my pocket." Maria did as he instructed, and she pulled out a piece of paper with something wrapped inside. "He left this for you," she said. "Here is the translation of the text there, preserving the name correctly he wanted. It's on the papers," he said, and left it on the table. "Foo-foo. Come here. I got this especially for you." Nikos held on to her as she tried to leave. He stood and looked at her. "Do you really think so? Will you laugh at me for an old joke?" Maria took the paper from his hand and walked away. "Why are you laughing?" I asked him. He looked at me. "Well, isn't this cigar good? Where did you get it? It's probably stolen. If you have doubts, don't smoke it." He took a sip of his coffee and smoked. "If you left last night, I crushed them. I got 800 cigarettes." He exhaled the smoke. "That's why I have an appetite today." He didn't respond. I thought I'd found an opportunity to tell him what I wanted. "What do you play cards?" I asked. "Because I enjoy it," he replied. "Just for that?" "What else?" He looked at me strangely. I couldn't say it bluntly, so I tried to find a way. "Don't you regret the time you're wasting?" "Oh, brother!" "Are you going to start with utilitarianism now?" He answered with a frown. "I have enough with Zambakidis and the critic of happily. Propia. But tell me, who is this Zambakidis?" I changed the subject. "A good fool, a little man, but he lived in Germany without ever visiting it. After seeing Germany, you should talk about common benefits. You should know that forced burn filament in Bors's cabin, and then you'd talk about justice and morality," he said as he stood up to leave. "So, is it possible to steal too?" I looked him in the eye. It seemed like he blushed, but Maria came in and interrupted us. "Would you like to eat with us tonight?" she asked. "Why are you asking?" Nikos answered sharply. "I have pie duff ready. If you don't come, I'll save it for tomorrow." "All right, let's do it tomorrow," Maria said and left. "Here we go," Nikos shouted. "You're going to lose your freedom for a piece of spanakopita, and this is called life. Oh, when will I escape from here?" He clenched his fists and looked at the ceiling. "May life kick you out, may the world wait for you, but you're locked up in a cage with the animals." "Come on, let's go," I said. "Where to?" "Somewhere else, definitely." "I need a good reason to leave. You know how boring you are, Bar." "I know that, but I don't come to the café." "Just a minute if you save me from Zambakidis, and then you go. It's fine." I continued. "Are you still playing cards? Devil take it, I'll settle with you." He tried to pick up his hat. I held on to him. "I have something to tell you," I said. "What is it?" "I'm coming with you, but on one condition." "Don't play, right?" "No, not just don't play as you played yesterday." "Oh, how did I play? Something about the game." "And the way you played it didn't sit well with me." He looked at me. "And the way your partner played," he added. I met his gaze. He couldn't help but blush, unmannerly. He mumbled, grabbed his hat and left. Here is the translation of the text. Preserving the name, the hat of Mr. Chatzopoulos was missing. That night he didn't come to eat, and Maria entered, prepared the room for the night, and left without even sitting down. Soon I started undressing to go to sleep when suddenly the door opened and Nikos appeared. "Are you going to sleep?" He asked without removing his hat. "If you're willing, I'll get dressed again," I replied. "No, I didn't come to stay. I came for some money. I have 2 or 3 drachmas. Here they are if you want them," he said. "No, you're bluffing. At least a 20 drachma coin," I argued. I had just one 20 drachma coin sewed into my shirt to keep it safe. It was among the money my father sent me for expenses, and I never even thought about giving it back to him. "Say, do you give them to me, or should I leave?" he demanded hastily. I showed him my jacket hanging on a chair. "There's my wallet. Open it and take whatever you find." He took it, looked inside, and found 3 drachmas. He smiled at me. "Do you have nothing else? Are you telling the truth?" I was embarrassed. "Didn't your father send you something extra from your travels?" he asked, tossing the wallet back on the chair and pocketing the 3 drachmas. I stared at him in shock. "Give it to me," he said, opening the door and leaving. Should I run after him to call out and demand an explanation? Should I make him search for me, show him the 20 drachma coin, my father's letter, and wake up my uncle to settle the account for my expenses? What was I trying to achieve with all this? All it did was bring more trouble to the house. I decided it would be wiser to remain silent and get up early in the morning to leave. As I pondered these thoughts, the door to the living room opened slowly, frightening me. I was completely startled when Maria entered, barefoot and half-dressed. "Save me," she pleaded as soon as she caught her breath, cradling her hands in front of her chin. Her hands and voice trembled. "What is it? What happened?" I asked. "Save me. He sent me to." She buried her face in her hands, sobbing quietly. "Where did he send you?" "To take it or get?" "Jet what?" "From his pocket." I was speechless. "He's waiting inside if I don't go. He'll suffocate me," she cried. "Don't go in, sit here," I told her. "I can't go. He'll send someone else." "You don't know him. Give him whatever you have to take and live." She grabbed my hands, still trembling with fear. I removed my shirt and gave her the 20 drachma coin I had. Maria left, and soon after I heard the front door open and close gently. I couldn't sleep all night, and as dawn broke, I got up and went outside. It was impossible for me to confront Nikos if he came back. When I returned, he was sleeping in his room. I found Maria scrubbing the dining table and my uncle loading a sack to take bread out to the workers. "I'll come with you," I told him. "Come along, let's go." Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name "The Feast." He answered. I had decided to ask him for what I needed to leave, and when we stepped outside, I started looking for a way to tell him. Whenever I had talked to him about my work, he advised me to listen to my father. And now I told him that I was afraid my father might get angry because I wasn't coming home during the holidays. "Don't be ashamed, child," he replied, "as if you stayed in a stranger's house for your father to get angry. We would have kept you if we knew it would make him mad." That's what I mean. I shouldn't been kept. No, my father didn't have any other children, so we stood alone. If we hadn't had you, we would have been in despair. You see the life we lead. I realized that the way I started the conversation wasn't right. Instead of bringing up my own issue, I retold Nikos a story. And since reminding him of his pain, my uncle didn't want to be quiet. He started crying about his fate and repeating things I had heard many times before. I was forced to comfort him. "Don't take it so hard," I said. "With time, Nikos will realize. As an old man, will he disappear and eat us all up? Didn't you see him now? He's going crazy with gambling. He plays with money as if it were a joke. He gambles all night until dawn, wherever he gets to, with all the worst types of men. One night before your arrival, he was already caught, beaten up by someone. Thanks to me, they didn't take him to the police. Leave it at that. What? And where should he go, I asked. He told me what Maria and Zambakidis had told him. Are you seriously considering Zambakidis' plans? I asked, a bit surprised. Well, bring me money and see. You say I didn't think of doing this sooner than asking Zambakidis to turn my raisins into wine. Where is it written that money is cursed? He sighed and told me what he would do if he had the money. As we reached the land, my uncle forgot about Nikos. He talked to me about his work there. He instructed the workers, made me coffee, fed his dog, and we went home in the afternoon. But as we were going up the stairs, our aunt ran after us and held us. Come here, she said, and pulled us into the laundry room below the house's staircase. What is it? My uncle asked, surprised. Nikos locked us out, she replied. Maria woke him up with the sweeping. He hit her. I intervened to save her, and he gave me a slap as well, throwing both of us out with pushes. Don't ask. The whole neighborhood showed up. I go call the police, he said angrily. He's cheating on his wife. It can't go on like this anymore. He'll get us out of our home. Here is the English translation, while preserving the name, the uncle. I sent him to the washing machine. Nothing happened, and the mirror didn't even crack. Continued Auntie. I'm letting that naughty girl dry off. She's all wet. We didn't have any matches to light a fire. I felt ashamed to go to our neighbors. I turned around and saw Maria huddled in one corner. She had her head down and didn't look up at us. I'll go to the police, shouted the uncle again. Let's break down the door. For goodness sake, I suggested, but Auntie refused, fearing we'd gather too much attention. We going to starve, exclaimed the uncle. I'm afraid the food will burn. Do you have any appetite? He asked Maria. She remained silent. I proposed lighting a fire and sitting until Nikos left and the door opened. But the uncle was hungry, and he threatened to go to the police to get some answers. Auntie reminded him that he needed answers then, when he was younger, not now that he had made his choices. The uncle got angrier, yelling at Auntie for not listening and making him an outcast, as she had done many times before. So they argued, losing track of time, until we heard the front door creak open, followed by footsteps ascending the stairs. The uncle tried to spring up, but I held him back and closed the door. Peering through a gap, I saw Nikos enter the courtyard with quiet, hunched steps, just like always. We went upstairs, and the uncle rushed straight into the kitchen. The food hadn't even been started. Nikos had taken care of it, eaten first, and then left. Maria didn't come to the table. That night, Auntie told me how she slipped again, her clothes warm this time. The next day, she didn't get out of bed. She appeared again on the third day, Christmas Day, changed and wearing shoes that squeaked with every step, a gift from Nikos. That afternoon, as I entered the dining room to eat, I found Nikos talking to his father. He was in high spirits, and when we finished eating, he offered me a cigar. I'm not sure if I can smoke, I said, declining it. He laughed. Another Zambakidis who couldn't get used to it in Germany. Soon after, we heard the sound of the door opening, and Nikos rushed to his room. Some of his uncle's friends arrived. I recognized them, and we started talking as they settled in. But not long after, Maria came and knocked on my door. I stood up and left. Nikos wants you inside, she said. Tell him I can't leave. I replied. But before I could enter the dining room, Nikos grabbed me from behind. "Come here, fool!" he shouted. Trying to escape would have made a scene, so I let him pull me closer. "What do you love?" I asked as I entered his room. "Do you realize how ridiculous this is?" "What are you looking at?" "Sit down. I have something to tell you." "What is it?" I inquired. "That you should be my company. They bore you, don't they? We also have some unfinished business." I had seen him in such a good mood before, and I thought he must have won the night before and wanted to pay me back for something. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name, tree he owed me, and tried to sweeten the deal again in his usual way. With this thought I sat down. "Come on, take it now that you've calmed down," he said, taking out another cigar from his pocket. "It's bothering me," I repeated. "You know you're being ridiculous. You look like you don't feel alive," he said, and walked across the room, pausing for a moment in silence. "To tell you what my mother said yesterday," he turned back, stopping in front of me as she spoke about. "What she said?" I asked. "No, tell me." "Don't make me!" "It's a serious matter for me, and I expected you to help too," he insisted. "Help how? You know exactly what to do." I looked at him undecided. "Come on, forget about this. Just do me a favor by telling my mother to give me what she owes me," he continued. "Mentella." "No, you do it, Bot." "Don't put that on me!" "If you don't want to, then don't tell her to give me even a €5 note," he answered sharply, locking eyes with me. The day before, his mother had confided in me about her financial troubles and how she was asking for money again. It seems Nikos was aware of this and came to the door listening as I told her not to give him any money. So I found myself in a tight spot and thought I should feign anger to save face. "You won't get rid of me that easily," I said, standing up. "I don't know who's burdening whom, but I guess you're tired now," he replied. "Do you want me to stay here? Give me the €20 you owe me, and I'll consider it even if I leave. You think I owe you a few more things," he said, surprising me. I looked at him, shocked. "The profit should have been shared," he smiled. "You're despicable," I shouted. He still smiled. "Between us, don't you leave the honor to others. How much do you have left in your pocket?" I lost it. "Wait, let me check," he said, and lay down on top of me. "Jet lost," I told him as I turned to leave. "Do you want the girl to come and sort this out? Or are you saying I didn't know what was going on since I had you over here?" He laughed again. I couldn't hold back. I squeezed one of his cheeks. We struggled. They heard the commotion from inside and came to separate us. All I wanted to do now was grab my hat and leave, leaving Nikos cursing behind me, along with his parents who had let me stay with them. It was impossible for me to stay at my uncle's place, so in desperation I thought of Zambakidis. I found him at the café, told him what happened, and asked for his help to leave. He agreed readily, and the next morning I left on a ship. I returned home after a month. My aunt wrote to us that Nikos had left, going to Germany with wine supplies. She didn't want to give him any money, but Nikos had his father on his side, and it was impossible for him to bear the double criticism. Part 2 won after a few months. I returned to Athens to retake my exams. Remembered my cousin one day only when I answered the bell at Velodropos and he asked about him. However, Velodropos knew more than namely that Nikos had sent exquisite articles from his trip to a newspaper. The description of Venice and the way he felt about Venetian art made a big impression on those who understand art, and his ode at the border of Germany was a magnificent lyrical inspiration. Aristocratic, something Pindaric and Dantesque. Your cousin is talented, Velodropos told me, promising to send me the articles with Nikos, travel impressions. The next day, he chose to bring them himself to ensure they didn't get lost in the post office. He even took the trouble to read them to me alone. I didn't understand many things. Half of them were in German, and unfortunately, Velodropos couldn't explain them to me either. Then I heard references to names I didn't know. They seemed like a kind of psychic card, a prayer. The only thing I understood better was that I didn't know which image or landscape reminded Nikos of a poem by Velodropos, and he had included. It's not my best work, he said after reading it. Do you have many written works? I asked. Only 2 volumes of lyrics and 3 plays printed, he replied. If you want, I'll send them to you. I protested the price, which didn't seem fair to me. So, the next day, he brought all the volumes again, each dedicated with a flattering and unique message. 2 of them had Nikos' image on the front cover as well. I thanked him and promised to read them all when I had some free time. For now, I pinned one of the images on the wall. Another day, Velodropos dropped by my house again, but he didn't stay long when I told him that I would be taking my exams in a few days. He offered to talk to a professor who knew him well, and the day of my exam I found him waiting for me in the courtyard of the university. He stayed until the end, and when he heard that they had passed me, he ran to comfort me and stayed with me until midnight. The next morning he came to pick me up from home. He bought me a coffee at Socrates, and we sat down, lending me 2 drachmas when he saw I was short of money, and in the evening he gave me a theatre ticket. He was also an amateur actor, a mystic, as he called himself, playing the main roles in comedies and tragedies. That's how we became friends with Velodropos. He was a kind child with a good heart. His only weakness was his love for theatre and the big stage. As he put it, he admired Nikos for his mental fervour and depth of thought. He also knew many of his poems by heart, especially those he had written on the ship when he was going to Syros to trade, and from all the times he had recited them. I learned from the outside. Very often I would ponder what pleasure Velodropos found in me, an ignorant and uninitiated student of art's mysteries, and out of shame I would agree with ever he told me, find beauty in what he read to me, squeeze his hand when I heard a new poem of his, and one day, after he yawned during his first poetic narrative, the moon or Fengaro, I can't remember, as he saw my reaction, he happily said, I see you're beginning to understand. And so I would quickly go to the theatre and often drink coffee without paying. Velodropos always had a generous allowance. His family lived in Athens, and his father, a customs officer earlier, seemed to have more from his pension than he should. My friend's room, where he would pick me up and we would go, even though it was on the attic, was well kept, and the tea they sent us downstairs came with many snacks. One day, he introduced me to mother and sister. She was a delightful girl of 18 with laughing eyes that left an impression. My clothes weren't impressive enough, to hope for her attention, but since her brother wasn't dressed much better, I found the courage to knock on the door more often than not, despite feeling hungry for company. Why did he enjoy being so messy when it seemed he had the means to dress more humanly? I couldn't understand it. How isn't it a natural need for a poet to be dirty, as I once believed? Because that's what I had heard earlier. I now had proof with poet Biduras and my cousin's last transformation. I learned the reason later when I became closer to Philadrapus. The money his father gave him to buy clothes was spent on printing his books. That's why he resonated more with me, and even more so with the circle that still gathered at his Kalanaki cave. Not as frequently, though, because poet Biduras suddenly stopped going there. Philadrapus took me a couple of times to join them, but neither they nor I found much pleasure in their company. The good thing was that Philadrapus' family had instilled in him the habit of bringing them home. One day, his mother told me paternally when she heard that I, too, was neglecting the muses. When I mentioned that I was practicing law and aiming to become a lawyer within a year, she looked at me differently. On Sunday they invited me for dinner, and old Chatzidakis treated me with great respect. At one point, as Philadrapus was absent, he said he was glad to see his son forming a friendship with me. And both his wife begged me to convince him to stop writing poetry. Time well wasted, and to start taking exams instead. Philadrapus was enrolled in law school and about to graduate in 2 or 3 years. I promised them how I would attempt, without even thinking about it or considering it, to do so. Not because I didn't believe, or still don't believe, that poems are a waste of time, but from the experience I had with my cousin, I had already formed the conviction that more practical minds are not made for intellectual pursuits. Whether right or wrong, society must support and appreciate the spiritual contributions offered to it. But there was another reason as well. I feared that if I voiced such thoughts, he would get angry and completely cut off our friendship. And my friendship with him became increasingly important to me because his sister, Thaleia, began to appeal to me more and more. Did she like me too? That was the least of my concerns. What mattered is that her parents had a good opinion of me, and her father remembered that once, when he was a subordinate in a provincial clime, he heard about my father as one of the good householders and politicians. He even recalled that at that time my father was also the representative of the deputy who held authority. My cousin provided me with many political insights, and I saw how pleased he was with my knowledge. The only problem was my old clothes. I have never liked being shabbily dressed, and I always made sure to have a decent outfit to present myself to the world. However, as you know, I had taken on debts from my early exams, and the money my father gave me for new clothes went towards those debts. So I was forced to wash my jacket with lye each time I would go see Philadrapus. Many times Thaleia herself would open the door. Sometimes she would even enter her brother's room when he was reading his poems and burst into laughter. Or, if he didn't feel like it, she would just give him a sly look that reminded me of the poet Vidura's gaze. And whenever I caught myself smiling, I saw her enjoying it too, and to thank her, I did it more often than deserved, even in situations where my friend's poems usually moved me somewhat by habit. When one is in love, they become romantic without even trying. Often, as Philadrapus sang about the loose golden hair on the shoulders and the blue dream-filled eyes of his beloved, imagining her floating among heavenly clouds or illuminating the depths of Tartarus after her laughter and mesmerizing Cerberus with her gaze, it made me fall into dreams, changing in my imagination the colors of hair and eyes to see a figure resembling Thaleia, laughing as she emerged from a small provincial house's door. hearing my footsteps on the stairs, snatching the documents from my hand and inviting me inside a cozy dining room where dinner was waiting. On one occasion, I don't know how it slipped out of my mouth, but I confessed to Velidrapas about a similar dream. You're still walking around with your feet on the ground. He said, pinching his nose, I think I can hear. Here is the translation of the text preserving the name. To my sister, he said to me one day as he dragged her along with him somewhere, and they stayed together all afternoon. When he took her for a walk, he would be overjoyed if we chanced upon them on our way, and we'd stick together. You saved me, he would whisper in my ear. Of course, I never let an opportunity pass to make sure she didn't get lost. Yet I felt that Thalia was growing sadder between us. She was embarrassed by our attire, which barely matched her always well, groomed and trendy style. When we crossed paths, she preferred to keep a safe distance. It was much harder for her to agree to come with me to the theatre. On several occasions, when I accidentally caught up with them, she made sure to spot a friend of hers and shout in front of me, "It's a pity, dear, we can't sit next to each other." I found myself having to switch seats with her friend. Another time, after her brother had a part in a performance and we were alone in the square, she refused my offer to go get her a sweet. The cue was always something about my clothes, which I realized when I finally managed to find a tailor who agreed to make me a nice outfit on credit. I wore it one Sunday with brand new shoes and a trendy hat as I showed up at her door. Her gaze became brighter upon seeing me, and she didn't object later when her brother pulled us towards Zapeo, where he liked to admire the beautiful women strolling around. She seemed accustomed to Velidrapas' attire and no longer found it shocking. It even appeared that she had done it on purpose, letting her long hair down and growing a thick beard. Thalia started coming to the theatre more willingly, and she didn't just want free tickets. She also craved good seats in the front row. I understood that she was enjoying herself all the more when my brother wasn't with us, as she would be the first to stand up during intermissions, and we'd take a stroll around the square. The more I got to know her, the less boring I found her, contrary to what my brother thought. In fact, our opinions aligned on everything, even our language. We both found ourselves irritated by Velidrapas slang that we heard on stage. Of course, I refrained from sharing my opinion in front of my friend, but Thalia's annoying behavior brought me joy. I also appreciated her practical and sensible mind. She seemed like an echo of my mother when she spoke seriously about worldly matters. Clearly, as a graduate of Alsakio, she was more developed than my mother, but at her core she remained a pure, sincere Greek girl. Her shrewdness seemed to disappear only when she saw a new well-dressed and handsome person. If she looked at him, he would return her gaze. However, over time, their glances started drifting towards others. By then, I had also shared my story with her, my family background, my plans for the future, and everything else. I knew that she didn't like it and had no intention of leaving. From Athens, I told her that I intended to stay and practice law there. We seemed to understand each other better. One day when the maid was out, she came alone and opened the door as we shook hands. Neither of us felt the need to make the first move to enter. And another day, back in Velidrapas' room, at a moment when he was absent, his mother found me leaning on my shoulder. It seems she didn't take it amiss, and neither she nor old Petrodikis stopped looking at me favorably or inviting me to eat at their home often. 2 or 3 months passed like this. The fall had arrived, and my father had sent me money, so I bought a new dress. Thalia was pleased. One Sunday afternoon, we went for a walk with my 2 siblings. As we strolled around Syntagma, Thalia noticed someone walking ahead of us and showed him to us because of his peculiar clothing. He wore a velvet brown suit. The jacket had pleats and a belt at the waist. The pants were short up to the knee, and he had a small green shell on his head with a feather standing upright at the back. "He'll get off his bike," I said. "Italian," Thalia declared. "German, I bet." My brother countered. "Whoever it is, he passes us Veladrapis. Look, he has long hair too." We laughed. "Let's go see him face on," Thalia suggested again. We quickened our pace and caught up with him at the edge of the square. But as he turned around and faced us, we all lost it. The stranger took off his hat and stood before us. "Hey, Veladrapis," exclaimed after a moment, embracing him. My first thought was to leave, but then I realized that the man with the moustache who embraced Veladrapis wasn't anyone else but my cousin Nikos. But he, as if nothing had happened between us, extended his hand and stood bareheaded and stretched out in front of Thalia. "Missa, Klymos Menokos Nikos Gavrastis is my sister." Veladrapis introduced him. Nikos bent down deeply and put on his hat. Thalia blushed slightly, seeing some people around looking a bit strangely. "When did you arrive? Where are you from?" "Veladrapis," as we started to walk away. "Last night from Munich," Nikos answered, emphasizing the last word. "You're going to amaze us with substance? Works. What do you have ready?" Veladrapis repeated. "Is Mr. Klymos a poet too?" Thalia asked, looking at Nikos curiously and a bit fearfully. "I like you didn't hear," he replied as he came closer between me and Thalia. "I ask you, do you write too?" She asked again. "He used to write," Nikos said. Veladrapis stared at him in surprise. He was about to say something when his sister cut him off, asking Nikos one more time, "Did you study in Munich?" "I had a great time there," he answered. "A friend of mine was there last year, da. Many Greeks go and look around," Nikos said. "The tomb of Otto, my friend told me." "That's what she said," I replied. "Well, where are you headed?" Veladrapis exclaimed, noticing we weren't heading towards Zapion, which was his preference. "Let's take a walk and see some nature," suggested Thalia. "Today, it seems romantic given the disorganized state of this place," said Nick, before adding, "You go ahead, I'm not joining you. I'm going to Zapion." "Go." Veladrapis restated his decision. "Mr. Clemis, as a guest, will decide," he said, turning to Thalia. "Do you prefer a walk or Zapion?" Nick asked. "It doesn't matter to me. I'll go wherever you go," he answered, looking at her. But Veladrapis pulled her by the hand, and we continued on our way. "What a disgusting world," Nick murmured as we entered the garden. Thalia looked at him. "Is it better in Munich?" she playfully asked. Nick smiled. "I don't believe they're more sophisticated there." "From here, from Athens?" Thalia questioned, as if challenging him. "Athens is renowned for its fashion everywhere. Even the foreigners who visit say so," she continued. "My friend told me that not even a single German woman knew how to dress properly." "Different perspectives, Mr. Murray," Nick replied with a smile. Thalia blushed. "You like me, right?" "Not Thumari." "Not Thumari Clemis," she said. "Neither am I Clemis," Nick corrected himself. "Klimis Menokos," Veladrapis interjected. "Nick Gavras," Nick clarified. "Go away, you're mixing things up, Veladrapis, with your double names," Thalia told her brother. "I hear triple," Nick added, and we all laughed. I accidentally gave my friend's nickname to his sister one day. She liked it, so she started calling him that and did you do well in your exams? Nick asked me. Teacher, peer of yours, Velodropus proudly answered for me. I didn't correct him, neither did I when he introduced me at his home with this title. He hadn't betrayed that I was a preparatory teacher either to his sister, as much as he lived beyond the ordinary for himself. When it came to others, he never forgot the importance of reality. After we strolled around the square a bit, Velodropus said he was tired, and we sat down. Nick took out a small pipe and lit up. Tell us, Velodropus prompted, how was your time in Munich? Fantastic, Nick replied. Did you stay there for long? Talia asked. Long enough, Nick answered. And did you party the whole time? What else would I do? He retorted, my friend told me that people only drink beer in Munich. Did you drink a lot too? I preferred wine, Nick said, and I remembered the wines of Zambakidis, momentarily considering asking him about how his business was doing with those. But Talia wasn't letting it go. What did you drink it with? She asked again. The German cuisine is disgusting, he answered. My friend couldn't even eat a decent meal during her 2-month stay in Germany. She says the Germans are overweight and lack culture. Nick laughed. Thalia gave me an inquisitive look, but not out of concern for Nick. She wanted me to pay attention to the people bustling around in the square. Her brother seemed to be enjoying the view. Here is the English translation of the text, with the name preserved as he had been secretly in love with someone lately, and we couldn't figure out who it was. At that moment, Thalia's suspicion had fallen on someone, which made him defensive. We caught you, I shouted at Velodropus, who had gotten lost in thought and didn't seem to be listening. He blushed. We all laughed. You remain the same old, you poor guy, Nikos said, understanding the situation. So tell us, Velodropus asked to change the subject. What's your big drama? I failed. Nikos answered. Why? Because it didn't deserve my time. Stop making excuses. You should tear up everything you've written, Mr. Gavra. Thalia exclaimed. See, we're not the only ones telling you that you're wasting your time. Why don't you become a lawyer now? Velodropus retorted angrily. Leave it, poor thing, he said to his sister. Just let him talk. After all, even your friend agrees. Which paper are you talking about? Nikos asked. The diploma? Thalia answered. Nikos burst out laughing. Why are you laughing? She inquired. Every Greek owes it to himself to get a diploma, he explained. We heard you got yours, Nikos said, laughing again. I'm offering it to you for free. Thank you. But I already have mine. Thalia smiled. And what good is that? Nikos asked, also smiling. Not the trivial, atmospheric beauty of Athens, he continued. There, nature doesn't put on a show as it does here. It's not a shadow, it reforms you. Thalia laughed. You're biased against Greek nature. Many who go to Europe fall into that trap, she said sarcastically. Nikos smiled. I shush to miss. Gavra, Thalia warned him. Are you going to tell me about the Clyde of Attica? This horizon admired by all foreigners? Don't you get embarrassed saying others lie better somewhere else? I didn't mean to say that others lie better. I said we don't hear. Nikos clarified. Well, then let's all die, she retorted. Is that what you want? Not exactly, but to feel that we don't truly live and then start living. If we realize that this life isn't real, but a kind of death, only then will we begin to live. Thalia laughed. And what is real life? In the mists, You can't describe it with words, you have to feel it, Velodropos answered. Her sister playfully slapped him. Nikos and Thalia both laughed. What's it good for? How are diplomas useful? Nikos asked. They are elsewhere, not in Greece. Why? Why? If only you had left Brindisi. Thalia blushed. Don't understand you, Miss Gavra, she murmured. To be understood by anyone, my dear, one must pay a price. And I'm not living, not just you. No one lives in this place. Only Thalia and Velodropos were taken aback by his words. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name. Do they have such skis and seas here? Thalia gestured towards Philyra with her hand. Nikos smiled. And I don't believe nature has anywhere else such lines, such grandeur, he said, stretching his hand wide and looking around with a nod of his head. I'm not saying that this scene lacks some tragedy, Nikos continued, but they should have seen the Alps, the peaks. She mentioned some German names, the rocks, the forests, the lakes, the fogs. You leave me and your fogs too, Thalia exclaimed. I'll compare this light to the fogs. I'm tired of hearing about them. Nikos looked at her, smiling. You should have seen them first. What do you mean? We've never even had a thick fog before, Miss Gavras. Why are you taking us there? Last winter, one fell that if it had lasted just a little longer, it would have destroyed the whole of Athens. About Pallas, though, I didn't ask. Have you seen him? Asked Velodropos after a moment. He passed through Munich for a few days. Nikos replied indifferently. And where was he headed? To France. France? Exclaimed Velodropos. He got involved with some Russians and became a Democrat. A Democrat in the 20th century. Velodropos said again, surprise. I'm a Democrat too, said Thalia. Can't stand aristocracy. They act all high and mighty all day long. You see them eating baklava, and suddenly they're holding a phasalite spoon. I hate them. It's tolerable if they come from an aristocratic family, but otherwise. Didn't Pallas tell you, or didn't he write anything? Asked Velodropos. Nikos shrugged his shoulders. And you don't want to write either, do you? Said Velodropos. What lies? Nikos replied. You're wronging art. The letters you sent in the beginning stirred up spirits, and the scene you published from your play was a masterpiece. You had us all on our knees. Abrahamic even recognized it, even though he's the one who hit you. He said he envisions your play as a new form of art, post-musical. Who is Abrahamic? Asked Thalia. Our best critic, said Velodropos, the youngest. Nikos corrected him. He's scholastic. He doesn't feel anything. No one feels anything about art. Thalia, however, got tired of the art talks and stood up. We all followed her out, and when we returned to the city, we accompanied Thalia to her door. I hope to see you again, she said, first extending her hand to Nikos. He stood still, bending slightly at the waist, and holding his hat in his hand, if it makes you happy. Thalia went inside, and as I noticed Velodropos staying with us, I thought about leaving them alone, just the two poets. I had no desire to get entangled again with Nikos and his invitation, which Thalia had accepted. No, I thought to myself, Nikos has to stay away. But just as I was looking for a pretext to separate them, he suddenly grabbed my arm. Where are you sitting? He asked. Well, just where I was, I replied dryly. Great, it seems you have a couch. Here is the English translation of the text, with the name preserved as I have, I said. Your landlady will give it to us. Now let's go eat somewhere. Velodropos, you'll stay with us, right? He replied. I'm sorry, I should make the table for you too. Let's go for a beer. I never eat hot food in the evening, said Nikos. I have someone to meet, I added, when we reached the place they were going to get the beer. And where will I find you later? Asked Nikos. Won't you come by here to pick me up? I shook my head and left with the idea of not returning. I went to a hotel to eat, and then to a café to find some company. I found no one, so I decided to go home to sleep. But again, I thought that Nikos knew the way there, and he'd show up. Even if he didn't know, Velodropos would bring him. I realized then that I was in for a long night, tired of being alone. Against my will, I returned to the beer place. They were sitting side by side, talking. Come sit with us, said Velodropos. Nikos barely noticed me sitting down opposite him and continued his conversation. He spoke about Berlin, saying he didn't like it. It was too American, and Americans, he claimed, feared Germany. Socialism, perhaps, asked Velodropos. Both, actually. Germany should embrace its Gothic spirit, responded Nikos. They then switched to talking about Munich. It's the only city in the world where a cultured mind can truly live, said Nikos. That's what Ibsen also said, added Velodropos. But he didn't understand life properly. He was confused. He was an aristocrat, though, retorted Velodropos. And that's his misunderstanding. He didn't grasp Goethe at all. Was Goethe understood in Munich? Goethe and Beethoven, that's Munich. Forced, and the Ninth Symphony floating in the air. You reform everywhere. You feel deeply into your medieval past. In any cave, you remember the hat of Auerbach. On every street corner, there's a Gretchen right in front of you. Many times, watching students carousing, I felt like Mephistopheles. Do students fight in Munich? They're all beat up. The German who doesn't have swords on his face isn't considered human. That seems a bit unsensical to me, said Velodropos. Nikos laughed. But how do girls want them like that? Asked Velodropos. German women aren't like Greeks, replied Nikos. Velodropos fell into silence. Are German women beautiful? He asked after a while. You've seen The Sin of Stuck, said Nikos. Velodropos nodded. Well, they're like that. Oh! Are they emancipated? Then they are women. What greater emancipation does the German woman want when she can freely go out on the street with her illegitimate child without being ashamed of anyone? He continued, quoting Goethe's poem, "He who has never erred, throw the first stone." Here is the English translation of the text, preserving the name of stomach. Something like that, up and down. Velodropos stretched his ear, and Nikos continued, "The German is love and music. The man gives both. What else does he want?" "The woman as Nietzsche wants her," said Velodropos, as if they're playing. Oh, no. It seemed to me I heard a motive from Siegfried, said Nikos, after paying attention to this piece, had started with a violin and a piano playing in the beer hall. "Did you hear Wagner in Munich?" asked Velodropos. "Nothing else. The Nietzsche condemns him, unjustly. I've analyzed the cause and will write about it in a study," said Nikos, laughing. "So you really mean you won't write again?" Asked Velodropos playfully. "Said in Greek that I wouldn't write again," replied Nikos. Velodropos wanted to say something else, but he was interrupted by someone coming to the table and extending his hand to Nikos. "Menoka, it's a pleasure to meet you," he said. I would not have recognized him either if I hadn't heard Velodropos call his name. They had a previous altercation last year. He had also shaved off his mustache and cut his long hair. His clothes were cleaner, and around his neck, under the high cravat, a wide tie fluttered in a bow. The transformation became clear to me shortly after I heard that he had been forced to become a journalist to survive. "And you don't write dramas anymore?" asked Nikos. How could I not? I submitted one to the Athenian theatre, and they were going to perform it in the summer, but they were afraid because it was too revolutionary. The world couldn't grasp it, so they didn't decide to build the sets. After talking for a while about theatre and drama, Flisvos asked Nikos how he had ended up in Germany, and the conversation returned to Munich. Nikos recounted the same things and added new details. Theatre, music, the army, women, and Gothic architecture. "And didn't you meet any contemporary artists or poets?" asked Flisvos, who had been listening attentively the whole time. "A couple that were worth it I met," said Nikos, and told how he became friends with one of them and had a lot of fun together. He described their parties in an artistic centre like a bacchanalian crypt. There, he said, he felt Elysian mysteries and Dionysian motifs and discovered the cruelty of women. And then to come back here to this mouldy place. "How do you really feel about it?" asked Flisvos. "I miss the rain more than anything," said Nikos, falling silent. "You gave me a perfect interview. It'll make waves tomorrow," said Flisvos after a while, rubbing his hands together. "Don't say anything stupid," said Nikos indifferently. Flisvos laughed. "I'm leaving now," he said, and stood up. "Sit for a bit, we're all leaving," said Velodropos. "I need to write, I can't." "Where do you write?" Asked Nikos. "In the Messenger." Flisvos left. It was almost midnight, and Velodropos began yawning. "Well, let's get going now," he said, and called out a waiter. "Shall we take a cab?" suggested Nikos. "If you pay," replied Velodropos. They got up. Nikos remembered his asthma and decided to go home in the car. "If you're paying," he said. I told him. But Velodropos called a cab. He got in himself, and we passed by and picked up Nikos' suitcase from a tobacco shop where he had left it, and from there we headed to my room. Velodropos helped Nikos carry his suitcase up the stairs, said good night, and walked home on foot. Times passing, I told him as we reached Ammonia, seeing people standing and looking at him, we parted ways. In the afternoon, Velodropos didn't come to pick me up from my office like he usually did. I realized he was with Nikos and didn't need me. That night, Nikos came very late to sleep. I was in bed and pretended not to notice him. In the morning, when I woke up and got ready to leave, it seemed like he had done the same. The next evening, he didn't come at all to spend the night. This went on for 3 or 4 days. It seems he wasn't as hungry as me. I was content and would have forgiven Velodropos, even though I hadn't seen him again, if it weren't for my longing for Thalia, and also because I noticed that in the evening there was a good performance at the theatre where Velodropos was acting. So in the evening I decided to leave my office straight to his place. The servant came down and told me he had left early by himself. I asked. "No, with Thalia and a friend who arrived just now." My vision blurred. Unconsciously I made my way to Zapio. When I found the square empty, I realized that a north wind was blowing, which didn't make sense for Velodropos to be there. I turned around and looked for pastry shops, knowing Thalia liked to go there. In one of them, I saw poet Vidorus sitting in a circle of naked-legged women. He had even shaved his moustache. He gave me a look as if he recognized me and was waiting for me to greet him. I don't know what came over me, but I didn't immediately take off my hat. Then I thought I could ask him without having seen them. but it was too late, and I left feeling upset by the rejection. The next morning, as soon as we woke up, Nikos went to the window and waited for the newspapers to be delivered. He picked up the monthly and quickly unfolded it. His eyes stopped on the first page, and he read for a few minutes, making his usual jaw-clenching spasm, which I hadn't seen him do the previous day, leading me to think he had forgotten about it. "Look," he said at last, handing me the newspaper. I took it and read what Nikos had told us over a beer. The stories were narrated by Themis Floisbos in his signature style, as if he had witnessed them himself, leaving the impression that he had lived them. He invited the Romans to stop nepotism and elections, which we had those days, and to live a life filled with poetry, music, army, reform, and intoxication. He didn't forget to mention the sky of Attica that wasn't. It often rains, as it does in the North Sea. Nikos was getting dressed while I read. He had worn the same outfit he wore the day before. "What in the world are you doing going out like a traveller today?" I said, and took off my hat to leave, as I was in a hurry to get to my office. "That's how we go out in Munich," he replied, donning his fluffy, glossy shell with the narrow waistline. I tried to leave. "Wait, I'll come too," he said, throwing over his shoulders a long green cape. We went out into the street. It was impossible for me to bear the thought that Nikos near Thalia. I wanted to be rational, bringing to mind Thalia's wisdom, remembering the mocking looks she gave him on the day they first met, her surprise at his words, the scorn she knew he had for all the inexperienced poets, contemplating all of this and pausing for a moment. But again, the thought that Nikos is near made my heart race. I eagerly awaited the theatre's opening. I imagined it was impossible for Thalia to be absent that evening. For a moment I decided to go back to her house to ask about Velidrapis, using the opportunity to get him tickets. But the thought of being forgotten now that Nikos had arrived held me back. Half an hour before the theatre opened, I found myself in a dark corner on the street where Velidrapis would pass by. My plan was not to speak to them if Nikos and Thalia were alone, but if she were with them, then to join them. Not many moments had passed when they all arrived. Instead of approaching them directly, I turned down the other street and went home. I sat in the darkness and felt like crying. But this thought made me feel ridiculous, so I snapped out of it. I turned on the light, tidied up a bit, and headed straight for the theatre. The performance had already started. They were putting on a play that I can't remember the title of. It was a romantic drama set in a priest's home. I arrived just as a young student was kissing his cousin. A monk sitting further away gave them a sideways glance while pretending to read. I turned and cast glances around the balcony, where I knew Thalia wanted to sit. I couldn't see her and focused on the stage again. As the first act ended, upon returning to my seat, I spotted Thalia in one of the front rows, looking somewhere in front of her with her glasses. It was late, so late. I sat down. I couldn't see her from there. When the curtain closed again, I got up and went to stand across from her balcony. There, alone with Nikos, was Thalia. She looked at him again with her glasses, and Nikos sat on the right, leaning back in his seat, indifferent and unsmiling as always, playing with his long hair. It seemed he paid no attention to anyone around him. I cast furtive glances at them while careful not to get caught by Thalia. But she had her eyes fixed on another balcony. For a moment she bent down and whispered something to Nikos, handing him her glasses, but he did not even move. He seemed to say something to her, but she just laughed. I went closer and stood in the middle of the square, hoping she would notice me and shout at me. However, the intermission was almost over, and Thalia wasn't even looking down. I couldn't hold back any longer. I climbed out and knocked on the box office window. As I entered, Nikos didn't even shift from his position. Thalia gave me a hand. "What happened? We haven't seen you in days," she said. I answered that I had been busy with work at my desk. "You see how diligent your cousin is? He's not like you." She turned to Nikos and added, "He looks like you." He replied without even glancing at me. "How do you find the play?" I asked Thalia. "It's ridiculous. I'm bored. Do you like it?" I answered that it seemed a bit sentimental, but it moved me. I prefer laughter to emotions. Dramas make me sad. "Even your cousin agrees," she said, turning back to Nikos. "Or not?" she questioned. "Please don't get dramatic," he replied as if he hadn't heard Thalia's comment. "You're affected by dramas too." "Yes, in this play," Nikos admitted. Thalia put on her glasses and looked at me straight on. What impudence! The way he stares! She's infatuated with him. "It's a scandal," she said, turning back to Nikos. "Don't let the little guy stare," he murmured. The phrase, "don't let," surprised me. But I knew Nikos was quick to gain courage. He rang the bell on stage, and I pretended to leave. Where are you going?" Thalia asked. "Down to my seat." "There's seating here?" "You'll hear better from over there," she suggested, and I sat between her and Nikos. The performance resumed, and Nikos closed his eyes, leaning his head on his hand as if he were sleeping. Thalia put on her glasses again, looked at me straight on. "He's asleep again," she said after a while, setting down her glasses and bending over to tap Nikos on the shoulder with her fan. "Leave me alone, please, I'm sleepy," he said loudly. "Stop," someone shouted from the square. Some people turned around. "This isn't a hotel," Thalia whispered again. Nikos remained still. Thalia glanced at the stage for a few moments, and then put on her glasses once more. Soon her daughter's brother, who loved their cousin, a miserable, stupid child, entered the stage, and the theatre erupted in laughter. Thalia turned towards the stage and laughed with them. Nikos remained unmoved. Look at him pretending to sleep. Thalia whispered to me again as she bent forward, trying to hit Nikos with her fan. I grabbed her hand. "Did we bother you? Someone else should do this." "You're too romantic tonight," she said, putting on her glasses once more and looking around as the curtain closed and the performance ended. By the door, we met Velodropos. "Well, did you get your ticket?" he asked me upon seeing me. "Which ticket?" I replied. "How did you even come then?" "I paid and came," I said. "Didn't you pass by your place? Didn't your landlady give it to you?" "No," I answered. "I left them in the pub and came to your office." "I didn't find you there and rushed home, hoping you weren't there yourself, alone in the pub. I thought to myself, and I felt like giving him a punch on the nose." Thalia stood there, gazing at the world outside. Nikos had put on his pelerina with his collar turned up and was murmuring lyrics, housed eyes. I noticed he had taken off his hat's feather. "You were right," Velodropos said. When we stepped outside, "I didn't enjoy the play at all tonight." I played my part reluctantly. "What part?" "You were the hero again. You brought the suitcases without saying a word," Thalia shouted with laughter. "A fake inferior performance. It doesn't reform or leave anything for the margin." Velodropos continued, unnoticing his sister's remarks. Nikos didn't respond and walked ahead. Thalia and I remained behind. "I can see you're very moved tonight," she said to me. "You look quite absurd. My cousin amuses you. Don't worry about it." I didn't answer. "You're ridiculous," she said again after a brief silence. And indeed, I looked ridiculous in my own eyes all the time afterwards, just as we left her at the door and returned to the cave with Veladrapus and Nikos, where we met Themis Floisvo. The next afternoon, I left work early and headed to Veladrapus. I found the two siblings arguing. Veladrapus wanted to write, while Thalia was forcing him to accompany her outside to see the protest that was about to take place. He had taken her manuscript and hidden it. "Write tomorrow. Come on, get up." He pulled him. "You say your appetite depends on what inspires you. Then you know I hate politics and crowds." Veladrapus shouted. I helped too, and we lifted from the table. Thalia went to put on her hat. "Damn, this isn't living. The worst thing is not feeling at home." Veladrapus murmured while brushing his jacket, combing his hair in front of the mirror. His beard was shaven off those days by his director. Thalia came back holding scissors and a bunch of white and blue string. She cut off a piece and tied it around her chest. "Come on, stand still so I can tie yours too," she said to him later. "Do me the favor, get rid of me. It's not enough that you ruined my mood." Thalia, as if she hadn't heard, cut off another piece and covered him. "Go to hell right now. I told you, you'll make me look absurd." Veladrapus pushed her away. "Well, don't want to wear it, then come back for some more of Dad's money." She replied seriously. He grumbled a bit, but let her tie the string in the buttonhole. I both, from family tradition and as a Democrat, liked the string and had no reason to resist her. We stepped out onto Ammonia. Thalia was happily counting shops and houses with hanging string flags, while Veladrapus forgot his disinterest by looking at the beautiful people on the street and in the windows and patting me when he liked someone. Separately, the demonstration had finally ended, and Thalia, now exhausted, sought to have us sit down. "Let's go to the pub," said Veladrapus, "and find the others." "Which others?" I asked. "Nikos and the rest of the gang. I understand if you'd rather leave me here," I said, standing up. "Come with me. You won't regret it. Let them see how they're all doing." Thalia assured me. "Know them?" "I know them?" "You don't know the poet and the poetess?" Against my will, I approached them. In a dark corner of the Passat, my cousin, surrounded by the same young men I had seen at the country café. The only absence was Themis Floisvos, and above him was another swarthy young man and a lady. "There they are, both of them," Thalia said as we entered and saw them. They stood up and greeted Thalia, while Veladrapus introduced me to the two strangers, Emsa Hippoloclerias and Miss Hippoloclerias. We sat down. Thalia and the last one exchanged knowing glances. "Well, we've decided," said one of the companions, who I had heard wrote poems under the pseudonym Tangoiser, "The Hammer will be the title." "Agreed," Veladrapus replied. "Who will take which column, which circle?" Everyone had to choose a field and focus on it. I took drama, Clerias took lyric poetry, Hippolyta took music and philosophy, and Menocus took German life. But I'll send you the articles in German. Nikos interjected. We said, "Clerias will translate them. He's the one we send them to." Veladrapus clarified. "Where is Clerias?" asked Veladrapus. "I'm going to Egypt for company," Clerias himself answered. "And Miss Clerias is going to Russia." Another chimed in. "Then I'll take the theatre," said Veladrapus. "But I already took drama." Tangoiser cut in. "It's not the same, Nikos," Veladrapus insisted. and I took history and they philosophy of art, suddenly jumped out from a corner wearing round glasses and holding a book without looking up at his eyes, the spectacled guy. Fine, said Velodropos, but who will take warfare? The entire magazine is about war. It will shatter and crumble mercilessly the idols. The peaks first, Abramikos, said the spectacled guy. I meant general warfare. Velodropos clarified again, the main articles. Politics is out of the question, someone replied. But what about social issues? Velodras asked again, and those shouted Tannhäuser, pure art. Our banner is a turn to tragic and end in hardness. Jumped back, the spectacled guy, still not looking up from his book. He only raised his fist high on his shoulder. Nikos grimaced with his jaw. And who will be the editor-in-chief? Asked Velodropos. No one, said Tannhäuser. Neither place nor time will be written on the cover. The hammer will only appear in bold, large letters, diamond letters on a black cover. I say green to symbolize rebirth, said one. Red revolutionary, said another. Better just a hammer without any words, said the spectacled guy, and look at Nikos. Nikos wrinkled his brow. And if we don't have a clear identity? Ask Velodropos. Let's use a pseudonym, a rebel name, suggested someone. We should all write anonymously instead, said another. That would lose our individuality, countered Nikos. Name is power. I'll write under my own name from now on, he declared. But it lacks the mystery that gives weight, argued Tannhäuser. Individuality does, shouted Chatzopoulos. Is art and science excluded? Questioned Velodropos. Thalia nudged me. Wherever it's not about art. But in our era, art and science. What do you think? Nikos. Nikos seemed lost in thought. Poetry of the future will be scientific, Chatzopoulos declared, making Velodropos quiet down. Thalia kept throwing glances at me the whole time, as if silently asking, Don't you wish you'd come? But she paid even more attention to Clearitis, guarding the moments when Clearitis wasn't looking, and Clearitis barely looked at Thalia either. Whenever they locked eyes, both would quickly look away. Look at all the ribbons she's wearing, how her hair is styled, those feathers in her hat, and the shoes she's got on. Thalia casually whispered to me various times while others discussed. Clearitis was indeed strangely dressed. She wore a green dress with a bunch of red ribbons, a wide hat adorned with glittering feathers, and her shoes were caked in mud. Silent the whole time, she stared at everyone, leaning on her brother's chair, whom I assumed was Clearitis. What caught my attention was that she didn't resemble him at all. He was a handsome, dark-skinned young man, while she was pale, almost blonde, and incredibly unexpressive. Her pale face, her hair styled like Cleopatra hanging on her cheeks, and her worn-out, deep-set eyes made it impossible to look at her. Yet I noticed everyone's eyes on her with pleasure, so much so that Thalia, though she disdained the group, seemed a bit amused that they paid less attention to Clearitis than they did to her. So, we should start gathering material, Velodropos said again. I'll finish studying Botticelli tomorrow, Chatzopoulos declared. And Hippolyta gave us a poem too, Tannhäuser said, looking like an unofficial editor of the magazine. Where is it? Don't you have it here for us to listen? Velodropos asked, stretching. Thalia nudged me again. Come on, Hippolyta, read it. Others urged. Let Hippolyta read it. Yours is better suited, she said at last, blushing. No, you read it. It's yours. Clearitis insisted, taking out a notebook from his pocket. The idea is yours, she repeated. You wrote it, Clearitis argued. Go ahead, poet, read it aloud, Nikos demanded. Thaleia couldn't help but laugh, and her brother glared at her. Hippolyta read it. It was supposed to be philosophical. Everyone agreed, but I too found myself laughing along with Thaleia. We didn't feel anything. The only thing we heard was the title Melicertis and a host of names near will and power, wisdom and thought, permanence and evolution, snakes and hammers, cells and universes, Hades and the cosmos, titans and titanesses, and the refrain they sing, O Ruth, beat the drum, O Oberon, pour sand in the hourglass. With this we will stand, said Tangweiser, taking the notebook from Cleritis. Melicertis with great elements on the first page. Nice title, From the Marbles of Pain. He read further in the manuscript, From the Whisper of Pain. She corrected him. You found a good tone in rhythm and language, Hippolyta. Nikos told her, looking into her, ah, yes, it's a pity you didn't write it in German. Not in language, I don't agree, flew out Velodropus. If we start like that, we'll end up with Catharavosa, where we said freedom of language. Let everyone write according to their feeling. Rules are pedantry. The curly-haired one shouted and dipped back into his book. Very nice. Are we going to descend into anarchy? Velodropus sparked, and with him the linguistic debate. Opinions were so mixed and divided that I couldn't get a grip amidst the noise. Thalia luckily remembered she was expected home and grabbed Velodropus by the hand. Let's drop the talk now. Dad is waiting. He flinched at her words. Are you staying? Velodropus asked Nikos. He looked for a moment at Cleritis and then at Thalia, so ostentatious that Thalia blushed and, bowing to everyone, ran towards the door. Nikos tried to stand up, but it was too late. Velodropus was angry with everyone, so did I put them in their place? They don't care. They've become tools of Cleritis, who wants to exploit the magazine and collect companions in Egypt. That's why he fears pure democratic language. He began as, we stepped out onto the street. Did you see what a mess they're in? Thaleia started from the other side. She looks like she's in over her head. She can't even sew her skirt, which is ripped and holds it together with safety pins, but she wants to write me poems. If that's true, I won't participate, Velodropus mumbled. I write better in the cosmos. Do you think she'll write them alone? Thaleia laughed. I don't believe so. He writes them. You saw how they were arguing. One said yours, he claimed. She continued. They write them together. Velodropus affirmed Cleritis can't write verses. He just provides the idea and Hippolyta writes it down. Shame on you. Can't she speak a word out of her mouth and write poems? He writes them, wants her to pass them off as her own. Is she his sister? I asked. Thalia burst into laughter. Not at all. He's her stepbrother. They say so, but I don't believe it. Didn't you see how they sat? You didn't see the shamelessness. Do they have the same names? They have pseudonyms. Velodropus explained. Where are they from? From Smyrna, she says. Thalia answered. Cleritis is from there. She's from the city. Velodropus added. She was a governess in Odessa, and he stole her from there. They travel together and beg. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name. What? Velodropus exclaimed. What stole her? Clears has been traveling across Greek centers with his books and reporting for newspapers. When he passed through Odessa, he met her in a Greek home where she was a teacher. A teacher? She was a governess, it seems, Thalia interjected. She was a music teacher. She plays the piano exquisitely. So they met there and got married, without a priest. Thalia laughed. Without a priest, of course, a modern wedding. Thalia laughed even louder. It's not your fault. I'm to blame for bringing you into contact with these people. Velodrapis told her, I don't let you sit with Mom and Panagiotta in the kitchen. They nearly came to blows as they reached their door. They were still arguing when we arrived. I left them there and went home. Later, that night, as I returned to my home, I found a note from Nikos on the table. He asked me to tell anyone who asked about him that I hadn't seen him fully since he arrived in Athens. He would tell them more if I met someone. I already noticed his suitcase and clothes were missing from the closet. I praised God for getting rid of him, and I fell asleep. The next morning, when I woke up and got dressed, I heard my door being knocked on hurriedly. I quickly got dressed and opened the door. I was surprised to see my cousin, Nikos' sister. Where is he? Tell me right away what he's doing, she exclaimed, bursting in furiously. Who is he? I asked. Nikos, she replied, laughing. I laughed too. Good for you, you're still laughing. You kept me up all night by myself at the hotel. I was going to go crazy until dawn. Well, why didn't you come to the station? Why didn't you show up last night at the hotel? I realized then what had happened, before she even explained how he telegrammed me to pick her up at the station, and since I wasn't there, he came to my house and left a note asking me to find her at the hotel. I couldn't hide anything from her anymore. She told me that, after his wine business with Zambakidis didn't go well, Nikos wrote to his father expressing his desire to return home to become a lawyer or find another job, and his father lent him money for the trip. They were expecting Nikos, but they received a letter saying he had come to Athens, severely cold and ill. So his father sent him money immediately via telegram and asked his sister to come to his aid when she was in Anaply with her husband. So she left the next day. Nikos telegrammed me again, but since I wasn't at the station, he went straight to the address they'd given for Nikos' whereabouts. However, he learned that no one named Nikos lived there, and so he ran all night back to my house. I advised her to telegram her parents that Nikos was doing better and to return quickly to her husband after telling me that the lieutenant didn't want to let her come. It was with his in-laws, who do not pay him the interest they owe, but instead waste money on their son. I should go back without seeing Nick. That can't be. As if I have another brother than him. It's been 2 years since I've seen him. She said, her eyes welling up with tears. Do you have a moment to talk? I asked. Why? She replied. Write to him that you want to see him and give it to him, and he'll come find you himself. Don't say these things, she answered. Nick isn't like that. He might go off the rails like all young people, but he loves me. If only we could have shown him the letters I received from Germany. A moment later, she forgot about this and began to complain that Nick didn't behave well by not voting in the elections. Their member of parliament is likely to win and will appoint him if he acts like other lawyers. Then he didn't make her laugh and comfort her as a mother. She wrote to him that it hurt her so much she can't wait to return and find solace in her eyes. And now, here she was sitting with him and telling her these stories, causing her anxiety with the notion that he's seriously ill. So you want to see him too, I said. However, it was impossible to convince her to leave. He pressured me, fell at my feet, begging me to find Nick. I was angry. I felt sorry for her. But to get entangled with Nick again after I had gotten rid of him. We can't find him now, I told her. I'll take you to your hotel and come pick you up in the afternoon when I finish work. She reluctantly agreed. Back at my office, I continually pondered whether it would be better to let her go entirely. But it seemed too heavy a decision, so I went to get her. In the evening, after we stopped by cafes where Nick is known to hang out, I took and we sat down at the bar where scholars gather. I chose a secluded table that wouldn't be visible from the door, hoping to catch Nick in a trap. The bespectacled man with the book in his hand, Hippolyta, Themis Flisbos, and two others arrived and sat at the far end, as they had the previous day. "These are your brother's friends," I told my cousin. "Does he go with them?" She sighed, casting down mournful glances. "And who is that one?" "A renowned poet. But ignore her for now and watch the door. Don't jump up like he's about to enter. Have him weigh in at this table and then suddenly get up." I laid out the plan so that when she would go to Nick, I could slip away. I even paid, took a newspaper, held it in front of me, and waited. But time passed and Nick didn't show up. "Isn't he here?" my cousin exclaimed for a moment, pointing to a new man who entered and straightened toward the poetic table. She laughed at his trimmed mustache. She had written to her mother that her brother had committed this act as well. I explained to her that Nikos had not only grown a mustache, but also a beard. She was disappointed and sank onto the couch. I looked at the new face that had appeared at the table. Holding his hat in his hand, he tore through the table with great composure and stood upright before Hippolyta. Not even when he greeted her did he bow. I watched him from the side. His neat hair, his high forehead, and his long curved nose reminded me of an image that of Schiller. I believe that Nikos had hanging in his room, and Maria couldn't identify it. She wanted to throw it away. She didn't like his eyes at all, which glared intensely, and the sneering smirk on his lips. These lips also left a similar impression on me. Yet he was beautiful, very beautiful. He wore a cloak draped over his shoulders like an ancient chlamys, and he always stood still. And when he spoke, he managed to keep his lips still, not disturbing the sneer they formed. As I later learned from Philodrapus, it was him, the new prophet, I heard about coming from the Libyan desert to do what his predecessors hadn't, to replace all Greek poets from Homer onwards. But Nikos wasn't there. Neither Philodrapus nor anyone else showed up, and I began to worry more than my cousin did if he's gone there. I thought, and with this idea, I couldn't sit still at the bar any longer. "Listen," I told my cousin, "sit here while I go check. I'm worried Nikos might have gone somewhere else." I left for the bar, and Nikos was there with Tylea by his side. I heard her voice from outside. As she saw me enter her brother's room, it seemed to bother her. "I apologize for disturbing you," I said. "I only came to speak to my cousin." Nikos, as if he understood, pretended not to hear what I had said. He held a book in his hand and was flipping through it. "I can tell you something," I said, grabbing him by the shoulder without taking my hat off. "You can tell me later." He replied dryly, continuing to rock in the chair he was sitting in and not lifting his eyes from the book. "It's necessary," I insisted. "Nonsense. I know what you're going to say," he answered again, using the same tone. "Well, she's right," Halea said. "Let's drop it for now. You can tell your secrets later." I tried to leave, but Philodrapus called out to me. "Where are you going?" "Stay and let's all go out together," he shouted. "Where do you want to go? Didn't we agree to have tea here?" Halea rebuked him. "You said that. I told them I'd go to the bar." He shouted back. "They're waiting for us," I said. "Who's there?" Velodropos asked. Yesterday's guests, I replied. And Miss Clerto, Thalia exclaimed, glancing at Nikos with a smile. Clerto, he corrected her. According to here is the English translation of the text, preserving the name, your own grammar. Thalia said again, come on, Nikos. Let's go see what we should do. Clears will leave tomorrow. I must tell him definitively, Velodropos said. We'll talk to Clears who will stay. She has given him a power of attorney, Nikos responded. Come on, stop dawdling. Let's go now. Velodropos nudged him and picked up his hat. Thalia ran and snatched it from his hand. Sit down, please. We'll drink tea here, and then we'll go to Constitution Square to check out the situation. And you, please? She turned to me and even tried to take my hat. And from Constitution Square to a beer for a moment, Nikos said. I'm not going to a beer joint. I told you so. Thalia exclaimed. Do you have such an aversion to Clears? I don't like either her or him. They're not the right kind of people, and if Velodropos doesn't stop associating with them, I'll tell Dad. Get rid of me, that will be best. I'll bring them over, and you can leave, Velodropos shouted at Thalia. Don't you have any better ideas? You want to throw them down the stairs. You're jealous because she's pretty, Nikos said without laughing. Her face. This one. Her colour is what matters. It's like a hobo. This colour is simply her distinguishing feature. She's like an image from Botticelli. Velodropos looked at him too, as if he wasn't sure whether she was speaking seriously or just teasing her sister. You're wrong about taste if you say she's beautiful seriously, she said. Didn't you notice her eyes? Have you seen her hands? And listen to her play the piano. She feels back like a German. Hurt that one. Wes Heron, how she talks about philosophy. She doesn't even know how to open her mouth. Tell her to take off her shoes, Thalia shouted and left the room. Can I say something to Nikos? I asked Velodropos. I know what you're going to say. Polixeni found you, Nikos suddenly told me, as Velodropos stepped outside. Yes, she wants to see you. What am I supposed to do? Get rid of both of them. I lit up. You know you don't have to suffer if you need anyone. Out of anger, I couldn't find the words. Go to hell, he said, and turns back on me. I tried to rush at him, but Thalia opened the door, creating space for her return with the tray. I let her pass, and then immediately went out. As I descended the stairs, I heard her footsteps racing after me. It felt like someone was calling my name. But I didn't stop. I headed to the beer joint and picked up my cousin, and the next day I met her at the station. She left without saying goodbye to her brother. It seemed unbelievable to me, like a dream. Thalia, who was crying over her brother because he got involved with the hoodlums, mixed up with one of them herself. The thoughtful practical measured Thalia. What does she expect from them? Does she want to play alone? Then I must have misunderstood her for so long. I didn't want to believe it. I didn't want to lose hope. Anyway, I had created something in my mind, and I didn't like the idea of letting it collapse just for a moment of fun from my cousin. It seemed to me then that I owed it to her, and many times I contemplated running to tell Thalia everything, to reveal who Nick was. But I couldn't find the courage, and the thought kept coming back to visit my mother. I imagined that as soon as she heard, she would immediately shut the door to Nick. However, I couldn't make up my mind, and I found it easier to start a conversation only with Velodropos. I planned how to open my heart to him, how to make him understand my position and the value of his sister. When I met him, He gave me the opportunity. Why did you leave like that yesterday? What did you have with Nick? He asked. I told him the whole story. You don't feel for him, or you're misunderstanding him. You're judging him by the usual standard, he responded. I wanted to give him a piece of my mind, but when I saw how serious he was, I felt sorry for him. I only looked at him with a smile. That's straight from Nick's strength, being able to kick conditions and not submit to them. He said in the same serious tone. What do you mean? I got angry in the end. Didn't his sister come here on purpose for him, and didn't he go to find out what's Ecape to him, and he to Ecape? He laughed. His sister? Where's his sister? What nonsense is that? Why did the same mother give birth to them? These are weaknesses of common people. Strength is being able to overcome them. Don't be human then. Be superhuman. I wanted to say something, but he took charge with his words and began explaining seriously how natural kinship means nothing. The only kinship is elective kinship. I know. He said as he saw my smile, no matter what I tell you, you won't understand, since you haven't read Gothi. Let's drop it. I cut him off. Don't tell me. Did you go to the beer last night? Did you manage? We did it. All of you? Yes. Did Thalia come too? She did. I looked at him. Will you understand if I tell you something? I asked. Telled. Don't you think Thalia doesn't fit in this company? You hear what she says about Cleareat? Oh, poor thing! I see you're living centuries behind. Besides, who told her to come? He's been kind enough to get rid of me, he said. You know how much I'm bored with her. As well, Lycid. I said won't go out with them again. And even less. He didn't let me finish. I'm being kind enough not to go back with them either. Last night I had a fight with everyone. With Nick. And that one too, he said, and told me about their verbal spat. The next night I couldn't help passing by. Here is the English translation, preserving the name. I took a sip of beer and cast a furtive glance. There he was again, sitting in the circle between Thalia and Cleareat, and Nikos was facing them. I left quickly so they wouldn't see me. I went to my usual spot to vote, with the decision not to return to Athens. But I couldn't stay away for long and returned after a few days. 3 times I attempted to go to Veladrapar's place, but I couldn't make it to his door. And he, perhaps unaware that I had returned, didn't come looking for me. I didn't even greet him on the street. I spent 1 or 2 nights away from the beer, only to find my table in the company empty. Suddenly, one day, my eye caught Nikos walking by on the tram. He was standing at the back, straight up, talking to poet Vid Riz, wearing a black suit and a high hat. It seemed strange to me. What startled me even more was that he had cut his hair. I was accustomed to his transformations, but this time it raised many suspicions in me. It was as if I saw Thalia's taste in all of it. A week or so later, I greeted old Chatzidakis on the street. "What happened to you, brother?" he shouted. "Well, we haven't seen you die." I was away. I went to vote. I apologized, a bit flustered. We considered it. We didn't want to see you. You lost, right? You couldn't get your own vote. That's why you're not coming back. Is that I had forgotten that the candidate he had supported had lost? When I told him I was going to vote for him, Chatzidakis, realizing I hadn't taken the local loss well, started pouring out his joy at the overall triumph of the ribbon, and we went our way together. "How about coming over next Sunday to eat at my place and catch up?" he asked as we parted ways. I promised and showed up on Sunday. Thalia welcomed me warmly. She asked when I left how I was hung out the empty bottle, and we had indifferent conversations with her and her mother until her father joined us at the table. Down from the attic where he had been writing came Veladrapas, startled to see me. No one had told him that I intended to have dinner there, he said. This made his mother realize that Petrodadji had forgotten to tell me I was coming over to eat. Just as Sunday morning dawned, Petrodadji remembered, and so Veladrapas didn't hear about it either. We ate, talked, laughed. Thalia played the piano, Veladrapas scratched away at his violin, and time passed until Petrodadji asked for my forgiveness and left. Shall we go out? I asked Veladrapas after a while. I'm waiting for Nikos. He'll be here at 5, he replied. I sat down for a bit and then got up. What? Are you leaving? Thalia asked. I have somewhere to go, please understand. I agreed and thanking them both as well. They escorted me down the stairs. To see you again, they said together. Veladrapas decided to come with me a little further. I have time. I'll be here till 5, he told Thalia. Suddenly, I felt like chasing him away from my side. And I want to stay alone. I had already regretted returning from my homeland, and this was something I thought about constantly as Veladrapas told me about a new drama he was writing. He said he rarely saw his colleagues now, except for Nikos. He also told me that Clerit had left, and Themis Flisbos is in love with Clerit in her old age, and wrote an article about her in the Reporter. What does she do here? I asked him. She's writing a philosophical study. And how does she live? She tries to give music and foreign language lessons. Does she know languages? Many. You have no idea what kind of education she has. And her performance. She's brilliant. He told me various other things until he left me. I realized that the wisest thing was not to see Thalia or anyone from her circle again. If possible, I would even bury myself. But where could I go? It was impossible for me to appear at my home without permission. Thalia wasn't the only one in the world. I made a decision and tried to forget her by working on my desk. I sought other companions and avoided places where she might be present. However, fate brought her back in front of me. One day, as I was leaving for Romanosia, I met her with a friend. I pretended not to see her. Another day, while going into a café, I saw her again with her brother and Nikos on the other side of the street. Luckily, Veladrapas didn't notice me, and neither did I greet him. Nikos claimed he hadn't noticed me, and she turned her eyes away deliberately. About 2 weeks later, Veladrapas suddenly showed up at my desk. He was serious and sat down after asking if I had any free time. I have something important to tell you, he said softly. I'm telling you as a friend, and I want to hear your opinion. I put down my writing and prepared to listen. Read this, he said. It was an unsigned letter informing him that Nikos planned to steal his sister. For some reason, I felt happy inside, as if a great weight had lifted from my heart. I folded the letter and gave it back to him. Do you believe it? He asked. I didn't answer. What should I do? He shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Do you really think Nikos would do this? He asked again. Believe so, I said. He bowed his head. Then I'm ruined. My parents will get mad at me. Can I ask you something too? I said, don't you have any suspicions? Didn't you see anything? He looked at me with furrowed brows and shrugged. Then he bowed his head again. I felt sorry for him. You don't know what to do, he said again. Again. Close the door to him and tell your mother. But I was thinking it would be better to tell Thalia. What good will that do? it'll break his arrogance, and ask him not to come back home. Okay? Do that. But can't you say anything to him? You know how difficult it is for me. You'd save me. Impossible, I said in a way he didn't dare argue with. Is the translation of the text preserving the name? I was asked again. He sat down for a moment and then left. I lost all my joy and fell into deep sadness when I was alone. I felt the weight inside me as if I were the cause that led to this situation. Now I realized how I behaved from the beginning, how I should have acted when, upon seeing Nikos there, I didn't notify the old Chatzidakis to take measures. I didn't even write an anonymous letter then, since I lacked the courage to do so. I started to think about what I had lost while walking on the street trying to forget it. The next day, out of curiosity, I waited for Velidrapas to come and tell me what happened, but he passed by and didn't show up. The following afternoon, I saw all three of them climbing up to Constitution Square, and that one who had initially pretended not to see me was Velidrapas. I thought he was embarrassed to see me again with Nikos and his sister after the letter he received. However, in a couple of days, I met him alone, and he pretended not to see me once more. I don't know what pushed me inside, and I ran to catch up with him. How can you pretend not to see me? He said angrily, Don't you dare accuse me anonymously. I replied. He became furious. You know why? My blood boiled. You wrote the letter. That's shameful. He accused harshly. My head started spinning. I wanted to punch his face. You should have had the courage to tell me directly instead of slandering me anonymously. You projected your own thoughts onto others. I'm to blame for opening my door to you. He shouted loudly enough for passers-by to stop and look our way. I tried to control myself, but when I saw the crowd gathering, I let him go, and he left. I imagined Nikos would turn against me to save himself, so I decided to find old Chatzidakis to tell him what was going on, to make amends with him. I headed to the café where he spent his time, but I didn't find him there that day. Only the next day did I run into him again. He was sitting with others, welcomed me happily, called for coffee, introduced me to his friends, and complained that he hadn't seen me at his place again. He appeared so naive, so clueless, and so warm towards me that I couldn't find the courage to invite him to join me at another table and tell him what I had in mind. Why cause trouble in his heart with things that didn't benefit me anymore? I sat for a while, stood up, and left, promising to visit him on Sunday. Of course, not only did I not go, but I also made sure not to get in touch with him again. The rest of the text seems to be missing from your request, but I've provided the translation up until this point. They found a position for him at a bank. I listened to the news with Athens now and sent the family's congratulations telegrams to his uncle Nikos and the bride's family, as instructed by my father. However, I didn't want to return immediately to Athens. I managed to convince my father that it would be better for me to stay at home for a few months and go to Athens only when the weather allowed me to sit for my exams. I had completely forgotten about Thalia when I left. I took my exams, published them in the newspaper, printed tickets with my new title, and joined the celebrations for a few days. When the money was saved and I was getting ready to leave again, I remembered a box of books and white clothes that I had left with my former landlady and went to retrieve it. Come on, find it along with my money, Mrs. Amelia said when I asked her about it. She then told me what happened after I left. Around a month Later, my cousin came by and inquired if there was a room available for a lady who was with him. Since I had written to her that I wouldn't be returning, she showed him mine. The lady liked her and ended up staying. As Miss Amalia knew my cousin, she didn't think anything of it. She even mentioned that he was related to us both. They paid her the first month's rent, and, however, what happened inside cannot be described. A bunch of them would gather, one by one, all strange people, some shaved, others with long hair, and they'd caused chaos. They were close to making all the other tenants leave. She often begged them to act like human beings, argued with them, and even considered going to the police to make them stop, but she always thought that not only would she be paid back the rent owed by the lady, but also the laundry costs and money for food she frequently ordered from her man's tailor. She didn't have much in terms of belongings. One time when she was upset, he paid her a partial amount, hoping she might get the rest, and even more with my cousin's help. So she decided not to evict her until the following week, when she left secretly at night. One of those who would visit her room coordinated with the deacon living downstairs, and they lowered the items through the window to the deacon's room, from where they were taken out onto the street. Along with these things went my box, which had been left in a corner since the lady said it didn't bother her. Mrs. Amalia heard the commotion in the deacon's room, but couldn't get dressed in time to find out what was happening. The items were already gone. She started to tell me what happened and what she sang to the deacon. And how did the lady say her name? I asked. She told us her name was Marigot. Miss Amalia replied, and we called her Lady Marigot. But those who would come and go called her by a different name. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name in a different way, as if I were holding an account with them. I no longer had any doubt about who it was. But the mix-up with Nikos in all this story seemed a bit strange to me. Did my cousin come often? I asked. Madame Amalia. Every day, it seemed. Recently, too. In the afternoon, before she disappeared, he came out, and my friend with the long jacket. Do you remember him? Did he come too? The one with red hair? Of course. Now, a night or two ago, when I raised my voice at them because they were causing a disturbance, he came out to say something, and I shoved him. My curiosity was piqued. I needed to learn more about this story. I bid farewell to Madame Amalia, and that same afternoon I visited the cafes where I knew the red-haired ones would congregate, including the brewery. But I couldn't spot anyone. Then it hit me, the secluded cafe in Kolokori. It was summer, and I thought they might gather outside for the cool breeze. I took a friend with me without telling him anything and led him to those areas. From afar, I spotted red-haired Velodropas. He was sitting next to poet Vidoris. With them were some of my old acquaintances and some new ones I had never seen before. Behind poet Vidoris, the respectable gentleman sat down at the other table, looking like a retired officer. Seeing that Nikos wasn't there, I asked my companion to sit down for a while in the cool breeze with me. We did, and when poet Vidoris turned his eyes towards us, I removed my hat as a greeting. He reciprocated. The others looked over, and Velodrapus seemed surprised, as if he noticed me. Shortly after, I saw him enter the café and say something to the boy. After we finished our coffee, we stood up to leave. We hadn't taken many steps when the café's boy ran up to stop me. A gentleman here wants to meet you and asks where you're staying, he said. I told him my hotel address and left. The next day, Upon waking up, someone knocked on my door. It was Velodropos. "I come with my shame," he said, "but I must apologize for the offense I caused you then. That scoundrel cut me off." "Who?" I asked, understanding who he meant. "That rogue, but I paid him back too," he replied. I stared at him in surprise. "How should I know?" I said. "What don't you know?" he retorted. "How it happened that dot." "I don't know," I exclaimed. "He wrote it down at home in your cousin's place on my uncle's letterhead. Didn't you get the news?" He assured me that I had no idea. "So, listen," he said. "Let me tell you, we called for coffee, and Velodropos continued, when I received the letter you showed me, instead of acting as you advised, I was foolish and showed it to Nikos. He told me it was your slander, that you put someone up to write the letter. At first I didn't believe him, but he made me ask Thalia if it were true." "What if it is true?" I asked. He got confused, you mean. If you felt that Nikos had evil intentions and you had an idea about Thalia, what did it matter? That's how he managed to treat me badly. He paused, as if losing his place in the conversation. Then I asked. Afterwards, the letter made me pay attention too, and I saw for myself that Thalia liked him. I wrote a play then you saw when I got it printed, and I didn't have much time to waste on this matter. It's true that I didn't take it seriously, but one day their mother caught them on the staircase outside my room. Thalia hadn't seen her, how she looked, and what happened. Anyway, she threw him out immediately, started hitting Thalia, and accused me of bringing him home. She got into a big argument with our father too. Then their mother found another letter from Nikos. He asked me to mediate, and Thalia threatened her that she would run away secretly with him, forcing her to tell their father. And he refused to listen, went berserk, and told Thalia that he wouldn't give her to anyone who doesn't work, and got into a fight with me too. I don't know what I went through from everyone inside. Eventually, we convinced our father that Nikos is a lawyer. He asked questions and learned that their mother has a good fortune. If Nikos agreed to be appointed at the bank after his father's stroke and Thalia's fall, he said yes, and they got married. At first, everything went smoothly for about a month, and we were all happy. The father decided to buy them a house that he found cheap and planned to make the wedding happen. But then Nikos started rebelling. He would often be absent from his office, and one day when their mother notified our father from the bank, he got angry and made some remarks about Nikos. Nikos got angry too, and he didn't come home for almost 2 weeks. He got involved with a group outside with Clarity, stayed up all night, and Thalia found out. She was jealous and all sorts of nonsense. "And you went out with him?" I asked. "What could I do?" "I was caught up in it," he answered, blushing slightly. "I tried to bring him back home, and I succeeded in getting them reconciled. They got back together. Our father went to the bank and managed, with a friend's help, to have Nikos pass as sick for the days he was absent. He became more punctual at work, but now he started asking Thalia not to sit here if they were going to get married, but to go to Germany, saying that he wanted to perfect himself in his field. Thalia didn't want to go. I understood that she regretted getting engaged when she knew who Nikos was. She had always suspected that he had a friendship with Clarity. She even told our mother, and there were new scenes, and Nikos stopped coming home again. Our father and mother thought about dissolving the engagement themselves. They told Thalia, but Velodropos paused for a moment. She didn't want it, right? Don't. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name true. You ask him. His shame knows no bounds. I intervened and rectified the situation once again. Nikos returned home for a while, appearing calm, but his longing for Germany ignited once more, and he started complaining to Thalia, asking her to go tell his father to give him money. Thalia said nothing, and Nikos would get angry or calm down alternatively, sometimes coming home consistently for several days, only to disappear again for some time. Last week, we completely lost contact with him. I was sick for 3 days and couldn't step out to see what was happening. But Themistocles took the trouble to bring me up to speed. He came home in rage and told me that Nikos left with clarity. Where to? No one knows. He might be hidden somewhere. I couldn't help laughing. And that's not enough. Continued Velidrapis, angry. He even committed another shameful act. He used his father's signature to withdraw 3,000 drachmas from the bank. They're just adding to my white clothes. I laughed again. These aren't going anywhere yet. My father wrote to Nikos' father, asking him to pay back. Otherwise the bank will file a complaint against him. 3,000 drachmas is no small amount. Why should we pay? He paused for a moment. You see what kind of person your cousin was, he said, and stood up. Superhuman, I smiled. He bowed his head. Well, let's go outside now, I said, after a while, patting him comforting on the back. You know, Mom heard you're here. She insisted on seeing you. She asked me to come pick you up and take you with us. He pleaded. I'm ashamed to come, I replied, and I didn't go. What was I supposed to do? The afternoon came, and Velidrapis found me again. His mother desperately wanted to see me. I was forced to go. I found her alone in the dining room. She wanted me to convince Nikos not to file a complaint against him. She feared that, with the complaint, nothing would come of it, and it would only make a bigger fuss. Perhaps Nikos might repent by then and return. She should have worn a crown and left, he said, tears in his eyes. I promised I'd do as she asked and left. Thalia didn't show up, even though I sat close for an hour. His mother didn't even excuse her absence. I had no time to consider whether I should visit old Chatzidakis when, while passing by my hotel, I received a telegram from my father asking me to leave immediately for Patras, to wait for my mother, who was buried there the day before. I figured out what was happening, and upon meeting up with them, I learned that his sister had a stroke, and he rushed to see her alive. We left in a hurry, and that night we stopped at my aunt's gate in our car. Maria ran downstairs when she heard us. She's a little better, she said softly, as if afraid of disturbing the sick woman upstairs. Don't tell them tonight. The doctor ordered silence. We climbed stairs slowly and entered the dining room where my uncle was. As he saw us, he broke down crying in our embrace. She was sick, confined to her room at Nikos, and by her side was only her daughter, who had arrived earlier than us. In the dining room, another sister of uncle's was still sitting, and we four sat motionless, afraid to disturb anything. Maria would come and go lightly like a shadow, barefooted on the nails, and every time uncle raised his voice in forgetfulness, she'd appear at the door with her finger to her lips. She looked pale, and her eyes were sunken. I recounted to uncle what I knew of the son's story and told him that the only salvation was to pay the bank and cover up the matter. Where am I going to find the money? Child, he replied. I found someone willing to lend us the inheritance of your aunt with collateral, but given her current condition, how can she sign? She can't even move. We're afraid even to tell her, lest she gets upset again. My mother bent her head for a moment in thought. Tell your father to write and find the money. Instruct him as to how he should obtain it, she said later. Maria brought me paper and I wrote the letter. I also wrote one to old Chatzidakis, advocating for the position of Nikos' mother and asking him to wait a few more days. We calculated that we would have an answer from my father within 4 days at most. The next day, my mother visited her sister, who seemed to recognize her. On the third day, the doctor said Nikos was out of danger for now. The concern shifted to what my father would say. My mother wanted to telegram him. However, knowing his character and the slight darkness he had regarding his own women, I said I'd already telegraphed him, even though I hadn't. The next morning, as I woke up, Maria brought me coffee along with a letter and a newspaper. I opened the letter. It was from Veledropos, informing me that my letter to my father had arrived late. The bank had already taken action, and the German police had apprehended Nikos in Munich, where he'd gone with Clyriti. Indeed, Thanasis Floisvos, desiring to avenge them, had publicized their flight and Nikos' arrest in the Minotaur. He was sending me the page for me to see as well. Uncle was absent from home, so I went to wake my mother and read her the letter. Make sure Auntie doesn't find out, I said as she left. How could Auntie not know? I suddenly heard Maria's voice from behind me. She had entered the room barefoot, and I didn't understand what she meant. Nothing, I mumbled. How can nothing be? Wasn't it a letter from your father? I didn't answer. Can't he do anything? Maria questioned again. It's too late, I replied. Too late for what? She asked, frowning. They caught Nikos. She leaned against the wall and looked at me for a moment. Then, without saying a word, she left through the door. I opened the newspaper to, here is the translation of the text while preserving the name. I read what Themis Fluisbus wrote. Suddenly, I thought about how the newspaper could have reached the café and how my uncle might suddenly find out on the market. I stood up to go catch him. As I emerged onto the balcony, through the half-open kitchen door, I saw Maria lying prostrate at the table with her head bowed in her hands, Volume 3, Theophrastus Characters, translation by Sigoros Thucydides Peloponnesian War, Book Evolution Complete Works, translation by J. Kondelakis, Volume 6, Aristotle, The Politics of Athens, translation by J. Zerbes Nicomachean Ethics, translation by P. Gratiato Minor Physics, translation by P. Gratiato Demosthenes, The Three Speeches at Olympia, translation by N. Xenopoulos, The Speech on the Crown, translation by M. Xenopoulos, The Four Philippic Speeches, translation by N. Xenopoulos Plato Euthyphron, translation by Moratidu Apology of Socrates, translation by A. Moratidu Crito, translation by Xenopoulos Phaedrus, translation by Herocopocritus, translation by K. Zabastimius, translation by P. Gratiata Laws and Epinomis, translation by K.A. Zabiax Ericus Alcion, translation by Main Siphos, Cladophon, Minos, translation by N. Kazantzakis Thegis, on Justice and Virtue, translation by A. Liberopoulos Letters and Topics, translation by K. Zabaspos Complete Works in 33 volumes, Herodotus, The Muses, translation by Escalado, Volume 4, Plutarch, Parallel Lives, translation by Recab Epictetus Manual, translation by A. Cabani for purchasing the entire series of ancient Greek authors. Each volume binding is priced at 50 drachmas. For purchasing individual volumes, each volume's binding is 1 drachma. Price listed henceforth is double priced for clarity. For purchasing individual volumes, each volume's binding is 1 drachma price listed, henceforth is double priced for clarity.